Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN WhatIf 2.0, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku's father lost everything? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. When Hisashi finally got to the comfort of his own room 12:14 a.m., but it should be around 4 p.m. back home, right? The first thing he did was check his computer, full hero gear still on. He was looking forward to his scheduled video call with his son, but his wife was acting cagey again. Or as cagey as you can sound over email. One new email received 11:17 p.m. From Inko. I let Aizu know you were patrolling all day today and didn't have time to video chat. So that was the excuse this time? Hisashi thought, throwing his belt and mask onto the bed with more force than necessary. Was this his punishment? Had Inko decided there was no more need for Izuku to have a father, was too busy fighting villains in Seattle back alleys? Is he no longer allowed to offer his son moral support? Hisashi thought of his son growing up without someone to look to when he was being bullied just for being different, and felt sick to his stomach. Hisashi decided to forego eating again, and lied on the bed, staring at the desktop light. He didn't doubt Inko's parenting, but he wanted to be one of those people for Izuku. Did he really deserve it? Facing villains was different than facing your problems. He was never good at that, and that's why he was here in a shitty apartment, fighting shitty villains in shitty streets for the first shitty American agency that reached out to him. Hisashi exhaled a plume of smoke through his nose. While his smoke wasn't dangerous to people unless in large amounts, if he didn't start keeping the windows open, he was going to start damaging the walls more than the previous drag addicts who rented the place did. He listened to the sound of sirens a couple streets over and decided against it. His personal phone began to buzz at the same time as his work phone, but by then the sounds of the sirens and dull music from the college student next door had already pulled him into a deep sleep. Hisashi woke to pounding on his apartment door. Both of his phones had died in the night. Midoriya. Are you alive in there? Did you bleed out on the floor again? Came his young neighbor's loud voice. Come on, open the door. And dimming it, Reed was using her quirk on him, not controlling him, but he felt a bizarre and almost irresistible compulsion to answer the door, even if he was in his boxers. Is there an emergency? Hisashi growls, black curly hair sticking in every direction, but Reed just pushes past him, nearly bowling him over with her large frame. She must have been working out too, while Hisashi lost more and more weight. Yeah, I thought I was gonna have to call our dear friend again, she said, setting a Tupperware full of casserole in his barren fridge. Their dear friend being a friend of a friend who was a nurse, and had a healing quirk. Shouldn't you be at work, filling out shitty paperwork at a shitty hero agency? Reed asks, now taking stock of what's in his cabinet's dust. How do you know my schedule? Because you rarely deviate from it. You know, if I was a pro hero. Please not this again. Hisashi groaned, now speaking to her from the bathroom as he got ready. I wouldn't work at Seattle's shadiest agency. I would just tell the villains to stop and they just would, and I would have a name that makes more sense than Solar Flare. You fight crime at night, and you have no flair. Wow, okay. But I can't do that. Do you know why that is? She asked. Her bright green eyes sparkled mischievously against dark skin. Is it your awful personality? No, old man, my criminal record. Hisashi had an inkling she had one of those. Her and her roommate were kind and welcoming, but both of them had avoided sharing what it is they do for a living. While he was sure Quinn wouldn't hurt anyone, he sometimes saw her roommate, a brawny, kind-hearted Turkish man with a wolf transformation quirk, come home with bloody knuckles. But if Hisashi did not ask, neither would tell. Anyways, Selton made that for you, so bring it with you for lunch. She demanded, gesturing to a casserole she'd brought in. She didn't need to use her quirk on him this time. He knew her roommate was an amazing cook. Sure. I'm leaving, get out of my house, he says, hoisting a duffel bag of his hero gear over his shoulder to get changed into before patrol. I'm gonna stay and clean up here a bit, pig. Hisashi walks out, leaving both his dead phones on the floor of his room. The Silver Stars agency is in a nondescript and almost crappy-looking building. Hisashi had been desperate to get hired by an American agency, to show Inko, his mom, his former friends, "Look, I still have worth after what I did." And Silver Star Hero Agency looked good on paper, good in their emails, and good on their shiny website, but it suffered in reality. Suffered from being in a poorer, high-crime area of town, understaffing due to the shoddy hero schools in the area, and Silver Star herself was getting on in her years. While still maintaining the face of the company, Silver Star rarely went out into the field because of her health, and was very obviously unhappy about it. She was a woman of action, and her behind-the-scenes strategizing was lacking. Perhaps, Hisashi muttered to himself quietly, that's why he was hired so readily. Upon walking into his floor that day, almost everyone looked up from their work at him. Not that unreasonable, he reasoned to himself, he was relatively respected amongst his co-workers, and also nearing on 2 hours late. But there was something about the way they whispered to each other that set him on edge. The moment he sat down, a young administrative intern approached him, seeming to steel herself. "Solar flare, sir?" Her hair was turning from dark green to bright red with nerves, Hisashi supposed. He couldn't for the life of him remember her name though. "Roberts, maybe. We had a lot of calls this morning from overseas numbers, and we thought they were all just spam, but they asked for you by name." Hisashi didn't like her tone. Not much could get Rob Richards? This anxious. Dread and heat began to fill his stomach and chest. It sounded urgent, and Silver Star wanted to talk to you in her office. Hisashi glanced around. Many other heroes and interns were watching, or obviously listening to the young intern. Hisashi knew how fast gossip traveled here. The intern obviously knew as much as the rest of the office did. No one else seemed willing to speak to him, or even greet him walking in, and Robinson, that was it. Was honest to a fault, having almost been let go for lack of tact multiple times. He leaned forward in his chair, and maybe some smoke escaped his mouth. "What do you think the calls were about?" he asks quietly. Well, I should let the boss tell you, but it was from a hospital? Apparently Midoriya, Inko, and Izuku were involved in an accident, Robinson stammers, and Hisashi has already bolted out of his cubicle, barely grabbing his duffel bag, and nearly knocking Robinson over. He does spare a thought briefly for how much pressure the young intern had to be under. But the thought is buried under a wild panic. He bursts into Silver Star's glass-walled office, and for a moment she looked irritated in her sparkly gray pantsuit, but her face smooths into something tired and practiced that he's seen many times before that makes a dark and heavy pit fall into his stomach. "Sit down, Soul, Hisashi," she says. "We received a call from Muzutafu General Hospital this morning. Inko and Midoriya, again they say their last name, us. Though he may not know who they were talking about, were involved in a villain attack. A villain with a gigantification quirk had caused a building to fall near them, and your wife shielded Izuku from most of the damage. She didn't make it to the hospital. Izuku is currently in the ICU." It's here Hisashi, when later asked, would say that his mind became a foggy blur. It was as though he was sitting in his boss' office thinking, this is it? My best friend is gone? My boy is hurt and alone? For one moment and the next he's digging in his bag for his keys in front of his apartment door, and he's planning how much he should pack, or should he just take everything, he should book a flight now, there's smoke irritating his eyes, is he going to quit the agency, is he going to have to talk to her parents? Whoa, Midoriya. A voice suddenly says behind him. Just knock, Quinn is still in there, cleaning your kitchen. It's Selton Yilmaz, Reed's roommate. He was tall, dark, had very nice long hair and an unsure smile on his face. Hisashi wonders why Reed is still in his house. It felt like this morning was ages ago, and it's been so long since he's been home, as in really home. Slow down, I don't speak Japanese. Are you okay? Oh. He didn't realize he'd been speaking aloud and distantly wondered for how long he'd been doing it. He banged on his own apartment door. Reed, let me in a minute. When she opened the door, he began to rush around his apartment with a singular suitcase from his closet. Reed and Yilmaz shared a mystified and concerned look, until Hisashi suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's that? He asks, but he knows what it is. There, sitting innocuously on his thrift store coffee table was an open photo album. Reed walks over and picks it up. Okay, I'm actually really sorry for snooping, but I found this when dusting the spare room. I couldn't resist. I've never seen your family. Your son is adorable, he looks just like you. What did you say his name is? Reed opens to a page with a photo of 3 of them at a birthday party. The 3 were huddled together for a selfie, parents both kissing their son's chubby cheeks. Hisashi takes the book in his hands as if it were glass. The other page had a photo he had taken himself of Inko and her best friend, posing by a homemade birthday cake, while his son peeks over the table and reaches for the frosting. Izuku. It was as though all the strength left him at once, and he collapsed back into his sofa. I have to go, he says. His voice is cold to his ears, but he clutches the book to his chest with his hands shaking. My wife and Izuku were caught in a villain attack, and she didn't make it. Izuku is in the hospital, he says. He hears a quiet swear from Yilmaz as he sits next to him. Reed is still standing by the table, frozen. How bad is it? Yilmaz places a firm hand on his shoulder. I don't know, Bet. He's hurting and alone and I'm here. His breathing is coming out hotter and quicker, on the other side of the effing world being a hero for no one. He realizes he's going to set the album on fire if he's not careful. Hey, don't sell yourself short. I know you're good at your job. I see you on the news sometimes, you save lives. Reed says, arms crossed, looking indignant and supremely uncomfortable. Not when it mattered. Not when they needed me. I ran away. And now, Inko she just... F-. Okay, maybe now it wasn't smoke making his eyes burn. Inko would tell him it was okay to cry, often through her own tears. He rubbed at his eyes, and he felt Selton's hands squeezed his shoulder. Do you want us to come with you? Reed said, sitting on his other side. If I were you, I wouldn't want to travel so far alone. She didn't reach out toward him, but Hisashi felt a warmth in his chest that was not his quirk. But he has to think rationally. No, I can do this, I'm an adult, neither of you know the language anyways. And it would just be an added stressor. Alright, let's get packing then. Quinn said. You stay right here, book a flight, call the hospital, whatever you need to do. She and Selton began to pack all his essentials, while Hisashi leaned his head back and took a deep, steadying breath. The airport was busy, and Hisashi felt more than he expected to when saying goodbye to his neighbors. He didn't say it, but he suspected they knew he had no plans to come back to the States. There were no tears among them. The States would not hold many happy memories for him, and he was glad to leave them behind for now. Quinn had sternly used her quirk on him to make him promise to take care of himself, and kindly informed him that she would be checking up on him, whether he liked it or not. Selton had given him a firm shoulder pat and a "stay safe, hero." The plane ride was uneventful, thank God for small mercies, except for when he had finally charged up his phone and looked over the over 30 missed calls and messages. 5 were from the hospital, around 10 were from Silver Star personally, and the rest from Inko's parents. They had left him a voicemail saying that they could be over to watch Izuku within the next few days, that they were arranging the service, that he needn't bother himself. It had made him irrationally angry. It was safe to say his in-laws had a low opinion of him, especially since the separation. The moment the plane touched down, it was all adrenaline again. He had made a pit stop at his former apartment where Inko and Izuku had continued to live after he left and dropped off his belongings. He ended up standing in the doorway. The only thing that had changed was that the family pictures had been taken down, which he figured was reasonable, as he packed a small bag for Izuku. When being led through the hospital, Hisashi briefly wished his nurse friend Mike were leading him instead. He had such a calming smile and voice, and had saved his life more than once. He was snapped out of his thoughts by a sudden angry voice from the waiting room to his left. You! A screech he would recognize anywhere, Inko's best friend, Mitsuki Baku. Her eyes were red and puffy from crying, but her skin was otherwise perfect as usual. What the F are you doing here? Hisashi asked. Mitsuki stood and glared. Me? I'm Izuku's emergency contact. They called me when they couldn't get a hold of you all DMN day. Too busy playing hero, I guess, she said, arms crossed. OFF, Bakug. I came as soon as I found out. He snapped, before heaving a sigh. I don't have the energy for this, okay? How's Izuku? All of Mitsuki's prickliness seemed to deflate, and she rubbed her hands together anxiously. He woke up for a little about 6 hours ago, asking for Inko. I told him. I didn't think you would come. The staff here didn't tell me they contacted you. They took him into surgery about 4 hours ago. His arm and collarbone were almost completely shattered, and he had some bad cuts from the debris. They say he should be out soon. It seemed as though the two of them had similar thoughts. They were tired waiting alone with their thoughts. Hisashi was willing to bet that Mitsuki hadn't slept at all last night either. He could tell they had known each other since high school after all, despite not getting along half of the time. They made strained conversation about Izuku, little Katsuki, Seattle, their jobs with long lapses of silence while one or the other either paced or dozed off. When a nurse finally led them in to see Izuku, Hisashi almost collapsed. He stumbled into a chair next to the bed. He was so small in all those casts and bandages and breathing aid and in a bed too big for him. It was as though a weight was lifted off his shoulders. It has now been over a year since Hisashi had seen his son in person, and Hisashi wished he could pick him up and never let go. He settled for taking his uninjured hand in his. Mitsuki walked in from talking with the doctor in the quiet hall. They say he's in the clear, they just want to keep him for observation for 2 days. She says quietly with relief. Thank God, he says and lies his head down on the side of the bed. He finally allows himself to cry quietly from both relief and sadness. He ended up falling asleep there. Hisashi wakes up to sunlight falling through the blinds on his face. He vaguely remembers a nurse bringing in a cot for him and gently leading him over to it. He must have been severely jet-lagged because it was now almost 2 p.m. Mitsuki had left a note on his chest that she'd gone home to sleep. Quinn Reed had been blowing up his phone with messages, asking if he'd made it there and how Izuku was. Izuku came to about 10 minutes later. He blinked at the bright lights and started scratching at the 4 in his hand. Hisashi gently grabbed his hand to stop him. Morning, sunshine. Izuku's eyes widened. Daddy? You came all the way here? He said, immediately attempting to sit up. Hisashi pressed the button to move the bed up and propped him up on a pillow. I thought you were busy fighting villains in America. I was, but I'm never too busy for you, okay? I promise. I came over as soon as I knew what happened. He tells Izuku. Izuku's eyes turn downcast. Auntie Mitsuki told me about Mommy. It's not fair. His eyes quickly welled up with tears. Hisashi thought, screw it, and climbed up on the bed, and pulled his boy to his chest, mindful of his injuries and He let him sob into his shirt. I just want her back. I know, Aizu, I know, I've got you, I'm here now. We're gonna be okay. Hisashi buries his face in fluffy green curls, and rubs his back until his sobbing slows. I'm happy you're here. I missed you. Izuku says, his voice muffled. I missed you too, Aizu, so much. I've brought something for you from home. He tells Izuku, who looks up with his so curious eyes. Hisashi reached into the bag he'd packed for Aizu, and handed him his favorite All Might action figure, and a half-finished notebook and pencil. His eyes light up for the first time since Hisashi arrived. Oh, thank you. Izuku says, now with a small smile. Hisashi spends the next hour giving Izuku the watered-down details of the scumbags he took down in Seattle, and their quirks while Izuku scribbles and draws with his good hand. Knock knock. We come bearing gifts. Came Masaru Bakugu's voice from the doorway. Katsuki stood by his side, frowning. Mitsuki made you 2 bentos. Said you hadn't eaten in almost 3 days. You're a lifesaver, Bakugo. It's good to see you. Hisashi says, taking the offered food, Izuku still in his lap. You too, man. Go on, Katsuki, give Izuku your gift. No mean names. Masaru said, pushing Katsuki gently as Izuku watched apprehensively. Katsuki held up a small vase with fresh flowers. I was going to make you a card, but my dad said the ones I made were too mean, so my mom let me pick these from the garden. He says, setting them on the small bedside table. Thanks, Kaken, they're so colorful. Izuku smiles. And what else did you have to say, Katsuki? Masaru prompts again. Katsuki glares up at him. Remember what I told you? Katsuki crossed his arms and glared out the window. And, I'm sorry I blew up your solar flare figurine last week. He grumbles. This little sheet. Hisashi thinks, raising his eyebrows, but smiling nonetheless at Masaru's put-upon expression. Oh well, it's okay I guess. I mean I have the real thing now. Izuku smiles again, but still tugging on his blanket anxiously. This kid will be the death of me. I didn't even know they made those. I mean I mostly stay away from the press. He says instead. It was pretty expensive, could only be bought for a limited time from Silver Star Agency's website. Masaru tells him, maybe I should think before I give agencies the right to use my likeness next time, Hisashi thinks. Hisashi makes light conversation with his old friend over lunch, while Izuku and Katsuki look over Izuku's drawings and talk about their favorite heroes. At one point Masaru asks him what he's going to do for a job now, and Hisashi nearly gets lost in thought, debating his options with himself. In the end, he tells Masaru truthfully that he has time to figure it out. He had money saved up from work that he hadn't sent over to Inko and Izuku, and he wasn't exactly living the high life with Silver Star's wages anyways. After the Bakugus bid them farewell, Izuku is asleep in Hisashi's arms within minutes. Hisashi can understand, Katsuki is a high-energy kind of kid, but this time Izuku could barely keep up. Hisashi wants to stay there and hold his boy, but of course there are in-laws to speak to. Hisashi set Izuku down on the bed and moved into the hallway as quietly as possible, gently shutting the door behind him. Suzuki-sen, it's Hisashi. Midoriya. How are you holding up? Kenshin Suzuki says quietly into the receiver. Hisashi knew he'd made a good choice calling HRM instead of Inko's mother. He'd used to be close to his in-laws, even calling them mom and dad, but that of course changed when they'd found out from Inko what had happened. He'd had some words with Itsuko, but hadn't spoken with Kenshin since before the incident that caused the separation, and Kenshin hadn't reached out. We're managing. We as in Izuku and I, he says. I see. You've made it here then? Kenshin asks. Yeah, I made it in last night, before Aizu was done with surgery. He's gonna be okay. Good. We can take Aizu-chan off your hands soon. I understand how important your work is. Kenshin says, sounding grim, rather than passive-aggressive like his wife had over voicemail. No. Is that what you think No, I'm keeping him. Hisashi says, cringing at his own wording. Oh. I mean, I'm moving back to the apartment to take care of Izuku. I've already quit my job. I'm staying in Japan. Well, it's a relief to hear you're stepping up. Kenshin said, not unkindly. I never really wanted to leave. Hisashi briefly wondered if Kenshin's empathy quirk worked over the phone. Either way, most people ended up spilling their guts to Kenshin Suzuki. So many people cut me out, and so suddenly. I didn't feel like I had anyone to, like I wasn't needed or accepted. I was alone. I don't know what I would have done in the States if my neighbors weren't looking after me. Hisashi says all in one breath. Midoriya. Sheet. I'm sorry, you don't need to hear this right now. You must be, I'm sorry. Hisashi rubs his eyes. No, it's okay, son. I don't approve of what you did, but you're here now. I'll talk to Itsuko about what you said. You just be a hero for that boy now, got it? And if that didn't make Hisashi want to burst into tears. Thanks Suzuki-san. You're welcome. I'll see you soon. Hisashi knew going home wouldn't be easy. The day Izuku was discharged, he was so excited to be in his own bed, to eat some real food Hisashi would probably disappoint there, and play with all his own toys. But when they got home he was more subdued, and Hisashi could tell why. He could feel it too. She was everywhere. Inko's presence coated the home like a blanket. Izuku ended up staying in his room most of the day, while Hisashi packed what he could of Inko's personal belongings. He took frequent breaks. He'd check on Aizu, he'd do some job searching, he'd watch some TV and space off. That night he'd stared at what was, a year ago, his and Inko's room, and thought about how much it smelled like her. He pulled a blanket and pillow from the hall cabinet and settled on the couch. A few hours later, Hisashi woke to Izuku's bedroom door opening and quiet sniffles. He gestured Izuku to come closer. Izuku timidly came over, and Hisashi wiped his tears away. Trouble sleeping? I dreamed the big villain grabbed mommy. Izuku's lip wobbles. Oh, kiddo. Come here. Hisashi scooped Izuku up and let him lay on his chest, under the blanket, like he had when Aizu was an infant. I've got you, we're gonna be okay. I'm here, I am here. The two of them slept there for the weeks leading up to and following Inko's service. You look so cool, Daddy. Izuku exclaimed. He'd seen pictures of his dad in his hero costume before, but seeing it in person was new. Hisashi had always come home late at night when he was an underground hero in Japan, and Izuku was too young to remember. Now he stood in his black and orange suit, still slightly too big on him, but barely noticeable, fireproof gloves, mouthguard and domino mask. Are you really going to work with Endeavor? Maybe Izuku. If I can impress him today. I hear that's not easy. Hisashi says, untangling Izuku's wild air. He'd submitted his impressive resume to Endeavor's agency in person, and was given a brief on-the-spot interview from Endeavor's assistant, and was told a week later to come in so the man himself could see what he's made of. Hisashi knew he was an impressive hero on paper, but he was nowhere near the level of the current number 3 hero, and he'd had absolutely no experience in the public eye as the position of Endeavor's sidekick was going to give him. He'd admitted to Quinn over email that he was nervous. Despite the good pay, enough to put Aizu through a good school and live more than comfortably, Hisashi knew the spotlight was a dangerous place. Hisashi shuddered to think what would happen if a villain found out the sidekick to a top hero had a quirkless preschool-aged child. While Quinn was flashy, they shared a love of anonymity, and Quinn had informed Hisashi that, Endeavor can screw himself, he doesn't deserve you. You're gonna do so good. I know it. Izuku said, jumping in excitement. I want to save people too one day, just like you. Do you think I can? He asks with his wide, hopeful green eyes. Hisashi ruffled his hair. Of course, kiddo. You don't need to be a hero to save lives. He says. Izuku freezes, his smile turning strained. Hisashi doesn't notice, however, already gathering his things to leave. You got your backpack, Aizu? Yeah. He dropped Izuku off with little fanfare beside some kids pointing at him and watching in curiosity. Izuku didn't turn back to wave at him when he got to the gates. Endeavor's agency was one of the most chrome buildings Hisashi thought he'd ever been in. He didn't know where to look. There was a stressed-looking young man behind a reception desk with some colorful fake plants, typing very fast on his desktop. Oh, are you Solar Flare? His. Endeavor's waiting in the gym, just down that way and down the stairs. Weird that he was waiting considering Hisashi was early. Endeavor's gym was underground? This building probably had an expensive ventilation system, even still it slightly smelled like smoke. His own presence probably wouldn't help. Hisashi found Endeavor in a large room with mats for sparring. Endeavor's arms were crossed, his face and shoulders were on fire, and he was frowning. Hisashi supposed he'd frown too if his costume required his quirk to always be active. So you're Solar Flare? Endeavor asks. Yes, sir. A pleasure to meet you. My assistant tells me you were an underground ambush type who's good with support gear and hand-to-hand. Endeavor raises a flaming, okay eyebrow. That's right. I'm looking for someone who is going to pick up in places I lack, so you're gonna have to do more than land some hits on me. Hisashi fell into a ready stance. Ready when you are. Endeavor predictably launches forward first, with a flaming fist. It seemed as though Endeavor had expected Hisashi to put distance between them, but Hisashi wasn't afraid of some fire as Endeavor's usual opponents might be. Hisashi continues to get in close, his smaller size compared to Endeavor working in his favor, but Endeavor seemed to be quickly learning just how Solar Flare moved, keeping Solar Flare constantly thinking on his feet, something he excelled at. Solar Flare caught one of Endeavor's fists with his own and saw his chance. Now face to face, Solar Flare took a deep breath and exhaled a plume of flame, and generated just enough force and heat to make Endeavor stumble with a face full of fire that wasn't his own. Solar Flare swept out with a kick, sweeping Endeavor off his feet. Solar Flare had to pin Endeavor to the ground using almost all his weight. He was stocky, but Endeavor was almost a giant in comparison. Truthfully, the startled look on Endeavor's, admittedly handsome, face was satisfying. When Endeavor was back on his feet, he gave Hisashi a critical once-over again. "I think you'll do real nicely. My PR man said I needed a sidekick who was friendly and approachable." Not necessarily how Hisashi would describe himself. "Sure, I'm never had experience with press before. I don't want my identity to be common knowledge." Endeavor grunted. "That can be arranged." "And what is it?" "What?" Smooth. "Your identity? What do I call you?" Endeavor smirked. "Oh, Hisashi Midoriya. NG Todoroki. I sometimes help with search and rescue, but not often." "You're good with kids?" "I'd better be. I have a 4-year-old son." Hisashi chuckled. "Me too. You're gonna be on call, basic. Your kid's gonna have to be with the wife when you get called out," Todoroki warned. Hisashi cleared his throat. His mom's not, I'm gay." He hated when this came up in conversation. Discomfort for everyone involved. He saw Todoroki's face make a startled, and then an almost troubled expression, all in the blink of an eye. Hisashi almost didn't notice. "Is that going to be a problem, Todoroki-san?" he asks, a familiar pang of dread falling down his chest. Endeavor frowned. "No. It's not like it'll affect your work. Now follow me, we can sort out some finer details." Hisashi gave a small sigh of relief. "Sure thing." Hisashi picked up Izuku in his civilian clothes. Now that it was official, he would be not just a hero with Endeavor's agency but the sidekick to Endeavor himself. He didn't want anyone, not even those from his son's school, to connect him with Izuku, even though it may already be too late, with what he'd pulled this morning. What was he thinking, just flaunting that Solar Flare had a young defenseless kid? Would his or Endeavor's enemies find out? "What? Sue? Did you get the job?" Was Endeavor impressed? Izuku asks, excitedly. He had remained quiet when he was picked up, but it seemed as though the second he remembered his father's interview he had to know the results. "Oh, he was impressed enough to hire me, so yeah." Hisashi grinned over his shoulder at Izuku in the back seat. Izuku smiled, obviously proud, but went back to staring out the car window. "Everything okay at school today? You're usually such a chatterbug." "I guess everyone treats me different now. And Kaken won't let me play with him anymore," Izuku says. Hisashi's heart breaks just a bit as they pull up to the apartments. "Hey, it's okay. They'll forget about what they heard eventually. And you let me know if Katsuki-kun bothers you, or calls you those mean names again, okay?" Hisashi remembered Inko telling him about Katsuki calling him Deku and useless, etc. He'd sent Mitsuki a passive-aggressive email and got an overtly aggressive voicemail back the next day. "Okay, Daddy. Promise. Promise. Daddy? Can you get me Endeavor's autograph?" Izuku asks timidly. Hisashi chuckled. "I'll try, kiddo, but I don't think he does that kind of thing." That night, Izuku watched the video of All Might's debut as he often did when he was down, for some extra encouragement. He'd been watching it a lot lately, and by now Hisashi could recite it word for word. When he lay on the couch that night, he told himself it was the last time, and he could sleep in Inko, in his bed tomorrow night, and he wondered if he was enough for Izuku, who seemed so lost every day, and maybe Izuku could look up to him like he did his #1 hero. That night, Izuku wanders into the living room with tears in his eyes, and mumbles, "Last time, I promise," and curls up to his father's side. Maybe they're both lying. Working with Endeavor was exciting, to say the least, and frustrating to say the most. It reminded Solar Flare why he had chosen early on in his time at Shiketsu that he'd rather work alone, which was a miracle in itself, as Shiketsu's almost military school-like regimen produced hero teams and sidekick duos like it was their goal. That wasn't to say Endeavor held Solar Flare back. Endeavor was #3 hero for a reason and rising in the popularity polls. He was skilled, fast, powerful and effective, and had higher arrest rates than some police districts. However, Endeavor was often brash and uncooperative. 2 weeks into the job, for example, the two had stopped a group of bank robbers. Solar Flare had barely convinced Endeavor to lure the villains outside to avoid property damage. When all 6 villains were cuffed, Endeavor turned from the gathering crowd to question one of the villains with an offhand. "Take care of them, Midoriya." That Hisashi hoped to hell no one else heard. That day, a video of Hisashi begins circling the news sites. Endeavor's new sidekick was a popular title. It featured Hisashi introducing himself as Solar Flare and stumbling through an explanation of what had transpired and dodging any questions about himself. When he'd excused himself, he pulled Todoroki into a more private area of the bank. "What the F? What was that, Todoroki?" Hisashi asked. "You know we've been tracking that gang for over a year now. The blonde one was just about to—" "No, I mean with press. No one has briefed me on how your agency handles reporters at all, and you are aware that I have not been in the spotlight at all until now, and you said my name. I had to tell 4 different reporters not to print it." Hisashi ground out. Endeavor sighed. "If they print it, we can take legal action against the paper. I'll have my assistant go over PR with you tomorrow." It wasn't really an apology, but it would do. Another week later, and Hisashi received a phone call early Saturday morning, asking him to come in and supply some fresh eyes on the gang of mostly bank robbers the agency had been tracking. Izuku was of course not in school, and with the Bakugas were out of town there was actually no one else to watch him on such short notice, and Hisashi told Todoroki as much. "Bring him to my place. My eldest can watch him," he grunted before hanging up. Hisashi got a text with an address on a very wealthy side of town not a moment later. Izuku wasn't very happy about being woken up, but was placated by the idea of seeing Endeavor's house and possibly meeting new friends. He was asleep again by the time Hisashi knocked on the door of the practically mansion-sized traditional-style home. A very sleepy white-haired teenager opened the door, looking them up and down suspiciously. He was definitely a Todoroki with that wild hair and piercing blue eyes. "Can I help you?" "Yeah. I'm Hisashi Midoriya. This is my son, Izuku. I'm your dad's new sidekick. He called me in last minute, and he said his eldest kid could watch over Izuku for a while." Hisashi watched as the boy's face fell, and he sighed. "I'm guessing he didn't call ahead." "No, he didn't." "Typical. It's fine though, come on in," the kid said, opening the door for them. "You're Solar Flare? I'm Tuya, by the way." "Yeah, that's me. I'm sorry for dropping in like this," Hisashi said. Tuya stifled a yawn. No, it's fine. I told my sister I'd watch Shudo today anyways. I barely see him anymore, and since our mom's not around anymore he's been having a rough time. He could use a buddy," he said, giving them a sad smile. Hisashi patted Izuku on the head as he put him on the ground. "Yeah, we know how that is." Izuku blinked up at him blearily. "You be good for Todoroki-kun for me, okay? I won't be gone too long." Izuku nodded. Hisashi exchanged numbers with Tuya. "Come on, Izuku, you can go back to sleep for a bit, then I'll introduce you to Shudo, okay?" Izuku gave a shy smile and nodded. Endeavor ended up needing Hisashi for longer than expected. Unsurprisingly, Hisashi's experience with taking down gangs in the US was valuable. The other heroes at the agency were also very welcoming and kind. A winged intern, Takami, had enthusiastically interrogated Hisashi on all things American, and the two had talked extensively on greasy food. Quinn had emailed him during the day, saying she wished she could fly over and watch Izuku for him instead of some kid he didn't know. Hisashi told her he at least hoped the child of such a famous pro-hero would be trustworthy. He'd also received an email from Robinson, the assistant from Silver Star's agency. He'd last seen his last day in America, and it was a weird one. From Emery R. "Mr. Midoriya, sorry it's taken so long to contact you. I was really worried when you left the agency so suddenly. I was sorry to hear about what happened to your wife. I know we didn't talk much, but I always admired, oh Lord, Hisashi thought what a skilled hero and investigator you are. Oh, good, and I need your help with something. You might remember that I was studying for the police academy. He didn't, and I think I found a lead for a case Silver Star was working on. No one will listen to me though. Do you know of a doctor named Adachi? Or possibly Hasegawa or Tsubasa? I think he's involved in a dangerous organization. Let me know if you think of anything. I'd really appreciate it. Okay, Hisashi was used to other law enforcement officials contacting him for advice, but a 17-year-old student on the other side of the world was new. One of the names sounded familiar to him though, and he was about to look into it when Endeavor called him back from his break. At the end of the day, around 6, Endeavor dismissed Hisashi, but stayed behind at the office. When Hisashi returned to the Todoroki household, the shoji doors to the living area were open to the pristine garden. Hisashi saw Izuku asleep on the couch, leaned up against a red and white-haired child his age with a bandage over his eye. The youngest, Shuto, Hisashi assumed, was watching the TV attentively, as a middle school-aged white-haired kid played a video game on it from his spot on the floor. Tuya was sitting in a nearby recliner with a thick textbook in his lap. Hisashi cleared his throat, standing at the edge of the room, and all three brothers jolted suddenly, staring at him with wide eyes. "Sorry it took so long. Did I scare you?" "Sorry." "No, you're fine, Midoriya-san. That's Natsuo, and this is Shuto." Izuku-kun wore himself out. Tuya said as Izuku woke up to the sound of his father's voice. "I hope he didn't cause any trouble." Hisashi says, knowing Izuku wouldn't. No, Shuto just isn't used to so much energy. They had fun though." Tuya grinned. "Daddy, you're back already?" "I was having fun with Sho-chan," Izuku says dejectedly. Hisashi laughs. "I've been gone all day, kiddo. Time flies when you have fun, huh?" Izuku said goodbye to Shuto, who had a very neutral expression for a child his age. Hisashi wondered if what had happened to his eye had anything to do with it. As the two left, Tuya informed them that he wouldn't mind babysitting Izuku again if he needed a sitter on short notice. Working as Endeavor's sidekick did have one or two perks. For example, Hisashi often met with a lot of famous heroes. 3 months into the job, Solar Flare and Endeavor were taking on a large villain who could duplicate himself, and even merge his clones into a larger version of himself. If you rush straight in again, he'll just make himself large and wreck Sheet. If you sneak around and take a few out, we'll be outnumbered. So, Sheet F. Todoroki. It seems Endeavor wasn't going to wait for him to finish his thought, rushing right in and making a sweeping wall of flames, taking out a good number of clones, until, quicker than Solar Flare thought possible, the villain brought the remaining clones together into a towering light green man with gray hair. The villain reached down and picked up a big rig like it was nothing, and threw it down the street towards the heroes. Hisashi wondered briefly how Todoroki expected to repel that with fire, and realized he couldn't move out of the way in time, when he was suddenly swept to the side by very strong arms. Hisashi looked up at the incredibly bright and blonde figure and was definitely starstruck. "I've got this, friend," All Might said when they landed, making Hisashi feel a bit like a damsel in distress. And he did, because not a second later, a punch to the villain's stomach sent a gust of wine down the street, and the villain fell into smaller bodies that began to vanish as they hit the ground. All Might landed back next to him. "Are you oh? I had this, All Might." Endeavor rages, storming over. "Is that what you call that?" Hisashi says under his breath, and oh no, he thinks All Might heard him because he coughed suddenly into his fist and gave Hisashi a quick smile. "I was simply helping my fellow heroes," All Might says, by now familiar with Endeavor's ego. "I don't need your help. I told you to stay out of my way." Endeavor advanced forward, trying to get in the face of a man who had a good foot of height on him. All Might's smile held and he raised an eyebrow. "Then I'll be sure to assess the situation better next time," All Might said, taking a dig at Endeavor's meager planning. Endeavor grunted and stormed off to speak to the police apprehending the villain. All Might turned back to Hisashi. "Solar Flare, wasn't it? You did good work out there." I didn't get to do much of anything," Hisashi said, bashful. "Don't say that. I've been following you in the news. You are a skilled strategist." "Now I must be going," All Might said. "Wait, don't go yet, I didn't say thank you for saving me. And I know you're probably so busy, and you just saved me and my boss just insulted you, but my son is probably your biggest fan. Do you think you could sign something for him?" "I'm sorry," Hisashi says all at once, reaching out and grabbing the hero's hand before he could turn. "No, don't apologize. I'd love to." All Might said, face pinking somewhat. Hisashi pulled a notepad from his belt, the one he uses for the rare times he was the first to start investigating a crime scene. He figures Izuku would get a kick out of it. All Might filled most of the page with his signature, a small, keep smiling, Izuku, white medium star, taking up the remaining space. Hey, can I get a picture with you too? Hisashi really felt like crawling into a hole here. Of course. All Might leaned down to be in the frame as Hisashi held up his phone. Hisashi held a crooked smile and said how excited Izuku would be when he told him. All Might's eyes weren't on the camera. The man under his arm seemed to shine in the sun when talking about his boy, and All Might was a bit mesmerized. Thanks so much for this. And for saving me, Hisashi said again. I just wish we'd met under kinder circumstances, perhaps we'll work together again. Yeah, I'll look forward to it. Izuku of course was ecstatic when Hisashi told him about his day. No way really? And you got a picture with him too? He'd exclaimed, already rooting through a box in his closet to find a picture frame for his now most prized possession, a real autograph from All Might. Oh yeah. Wanna see? I think he's my favorite hero now too, after he put Endeavor in his place, Hisashi said. Izuku ran over to where Hisashi was sitting in his bed and looked at the photo on the phone. It looks like you're his favorite hero too. What did Endeavor do? He asks, and Hisashi wonders how his kid is so perceptive, and promptly shoves Izuku's comment to the back of his mind to examine later. Being arrogant. Maybe Hisashi shouldn't tell his son how close he was to dying on the job, so soon after losing his mother. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be his sidekick. He wasn't very hero-like today. Maybe he never was. The final nail in the coffin didn't come from something Enji Todoroki did, but what he said and could possibly be doing. So I guess I should thank you for that disaster yesterday, Hisashi said, sitting across from Endeavor's desk in his agency's office. Todoroki had called him in last minute on a Sunday morning, before 6 for some godforsaken reason to go over the robber case. Izuku was again spending the day with the Todoroki children, as the Bakugas somehow all got sick at the same time. Oh, so you can go lick All Might's boots like everyone else, Todoroki grunted, looking over the case files for the bank robbers they'd yet to apprehend. Hisashi thought he sounded like a teenager. What? He saved my life. Because of what you pulled? But no, I mean 'cause I got his autograph for Izuku and he loved it, he said, using casual conversation as a sort of olive branch. He wants to be just like him, so it was nice for him to have that encouragement. Almost all kids want to be heroes like All Might these days, Shudo included. Izuku see, well he's quirkless. I'm scared he'll be turned down if he tries for a hero school, but he doesn't like to talk about it. Hisashi said, regretting it almost instantly. Must be disappointing having a useless kid with no quirk, much less one able to carry on your legacy. Todoroki said, nearly stunning Hisashi back into silence. Excuse me? Where do you get off my what dash? Legacy, Midoriya. You got unlucky. Shudo is my masterpiece. His quirk is perfect, and the way I've been training him, he'll be the one to surpass All Might where I can't. Todoroki says, something almost like pride coloring his tone. Hisashi's mind was reeling and smoke rose from his mouth unchecked. Train? He's 5. And not some vessel for you to carry out your will or something. Hisashi says, standing. The word, masterpiece, left a bad taste in Hisashi's mouth. I don't know who you think you are, calling my son useless, 'cause no one gets to say that shit about my son. He's the smartest, kindest kid, and he can save as many lives as All Might if he wants to. By now Todoroki had stood, fuming. Hisashi could see through the office window in the corner of his eye, the other agency works, stopping and staring. Todoroki opened his mouth to retort, but Hisashi didn't want to hear it anymore. You talk about being so much better than All Might, but at least he can keep his sidekicks alive, and neither Shield nor Sir Night Eye have offensive quirks. Shield doesn't even have a quirk, like Izuku, and he's a better hero than you can dream to be. You'd better watch yourself, me. You know what? No, find yourself a sidekick with less self-respect who can put up with your egocentric bullshit. Hisashi stormed out of the building, passing the intern Kigo Takami, who was grinning at him. You really told him? You know I had a bet with Tiyakun about how long you'd put up with him. His wings rose over his head triumphantly. Yeah well, I better get out of here. Can you clean out my desk for me? One last favor. Sure thing, man. Thanks, bring it by when you can, good luck. The Todoroki household was still quiet when he came to get Izuku, as it was only 9 a.m. When Tuya opened the door, he had an apprehensive look on his face. You're back early. Did something happen? Yeah, you could say that. Hisashi said as Tuya lead him in, his face falling. Finally had enough of him? I knew he'd do it. Drive you off, I mean you're too nice. Tuya said, staring at the ground. Hisashi saw, down the hall, the red and white head of Shudo peek around the corner. The bandage around his eye had come off, and Hisashi could see the angry red and likely permanent burn scar. When Hisashi caught his eye, Shudo disappeared around the corner just as suddenly. Tuya-kun, look at me. Tuya's head whipped up, like it had when Hisashi had scared him when he'd first dropped off Izuku. Do you trust me? Tuya nodded jerkily. Yeah. I like you. You're a good hero. Did your father do that? To Shudo-kun? Hisashi kept his voice low and soft. Tuya shook his head. No, but he might as well have. It wasn't her fault. He clamped his mouth shut suddenly. I may be leaving the agency, but if you or your siblings ever need a safe place to stay, or if he ever hurts any of you, you can come to me, okay? My door is always open. He squeezed Tuya's shoulder. Why are you doing this? No one else wants to get involved with him. I'm gonna be honest with you, kid, I don't give a what he thinks of me after today. Hisashi said, getting a startled laugh from the teen. 'Cause you're good kids and I'm a hero. It's what I do. Tuya opened his mouth to reply when Shudo appeared down the hall again, gently pulling Izuku along by the hand. Izuku looked up at him with wide, fearful eyes. Did something happen, Daddy? We have to go already? No, kiddo, I'm just not feeling well. I wanted to spend time with you at home, okay? I'm sorry for tearing you from your Shochan so soon. Hisashi chuckled. Izuku looked a little disappointed, but Shudo turned to him. It's okay, Izuku-kun, we can watch a movie next time, right? Hisashi's heart dropped. The two were so sweet, and he'd have to pull some serious strings to convince Endeavor Tell let them be friends. At home, the two curled up on the couch, watching Totoro. It had always reminded him of Fat Gum, a fluffy all-might blanket around their shoulders, and a laptop in Hisashi's lap for more job hunting. Did Endeavor fire you? Izuku asks, after seeing what sights he was on the screen. Is that why you got me early? No, I quit. But we'll be okay, Aizu. Your dad's got a diploma from a top hero school and a degree in support design, and another in costume design, and 8 years of pro hero experience. What does that mean? It means I'll find a good job pretty fast. Hisashi says confidently. Not for the first time, and certainly not the last, Hisashi cursed UA High. The amount of hireable pro heroes they produced was ridiculous, and despite Mizudafu being a hotspot for villainy, there was hardly a shortage of pros. Hisashi also hated that the main way for hero agencies to hear about up-and-coming pro heroes besides applying, being recruited out of high school, or recommendation from former agencies was to go out on the streets and be heroic legally, without pay from an agency, and with the intention of getting noticed. So here he was at the end of a day of turning in applications in person, in his hero gear which he fit into again, thank F-, watching the sun set from atop a grungy building like the Batman. An hour ago he'd seen a man walking up and down the alley anxiously, constantly checking something in his pocket that Hisashi couldn't identify, but he feared it was a weapon. He disappeared into one of the back doors in the alley about 10 minutes ago, but Hisashi stayed just in case. Soon there came 2 figures entering the alley, speaking rapid English. They were the same height, one with a dark bobbed hair, and the other with short dark waves. Hisashi creeped closer to the fire escape, hoping he could stop an assault before anything happened. You're being so weird about this, Met. You know I don't mind running the New York branch. Why do you want me here so bad? The young woman asked. Because I trust you to land this partnership with UA. That's it. The other said. You can do that, the current branch manager can do that. Please, the woman held up her hand, and the man stepped back. Don't use your quirk on me. Just trust me, alright? Yagi recommended us personally to Yue, okay? I don't trust anyone else to not F this up. The woman was about to say something else, when the man from before came out of the building, taking just a moment to pause before the man and woman noticed him, before pulling the item from his pocket and lunging at the man who was nearest. A quirk suppression collar, Hisashi saw, before parkouring himself down the fire escape. The criminal caught the younger man around the neck with it. Met. Don't move. Give me your bag. The criminal said. He sounded young too. He had a knife in his other hand, held under Met's chin. The girl held up her hands placating, but possibly for self-defense. Hisashi landed behind the criminal. You don't want to do that. The man startled, nearly nicking Met in the neck. Oh yeah? Don't come any closer. He turned, trying to keep both him and the young woman in his sights. Just put down the knife. I'll give you my wallet, alright? Hisashi says, stepping closer slowly. You can toss it down or hand it to me, okay? This will end better for you if you do. The criminal slowly held the knife out towards Hisashi. Met was still frozen, hands clutching the oppressive collar. The criminal suddenly tossed Met to the side, before lunging at Hisashi, swiping at his face with the knife. Hisashi dodged easily, but the criminal caught him in the chest with his other fist, sending Hisashi back across the alley and into the dead-end wall. Seemed as though someone had a super-strength quirk. Hisashi coughed out some flames and rubbed his chest. The criminal was approaching again. I've been waiting for a hero like you all night. Hisashi didn't want to examine that too closely. He'd be behind bars soon enough. When the criminal was close enough, Hisashi breathed out a plume of flames, just enough to catch the criminal's tattered jacket on fire. In the criminal's distraction, Hisashi knocked him out. He took a pair of quirk suppression H&D CFFS from his belt to secure the criminal. Are you two alright? He asked, walking back down the alley. They looked up at him from their spots on the ground as he approached, and Hisashi was struck by how nearly identical they were. Pitch black hair, sharp green eyes, facial structure. The woman was trying without success to remove collar from the man, Met. Hisashi grabs a small device from his belt that unlocked the collar with a small pulse of light. Yeah, we're fine. I called the police already. The woman says. Did you make that? The man says, pointing to his device. Yeah. I made almost all of my support equipment. Hisashi says, taken aback. The man grabbed his hands and examines his gloves. These are fireproof? And your mouth guard? It stops the fire when you use your quirk on accident, doesn't it? Yeah, it can be a gas mask too. What are you doing, brother? The woman asked. Shush, Sar. What's your name? I go by Solar Flare. Do you have an agency? Met asked urgently. Really, Met? The woman, Sar, raised an eyebrow. Let him speak. No, not currently. Why? Hisashi knew where this was going. Would you like to work for Hall Hero Support? You can design for us, and you can even continue your underground work if you want. And wow, maybe these kids were more important than they looked. Almost everyone had heard of Hall Hero Support. They had been on the up and up over recent years and had a reputation for spontaneous decisions and inclusiveness. Hisashi might have even applied there already. All Hisashi could do was nod. Metatron, Sar grabbed his arm. Are you sure about this? Yeah, Soriel, we kinda owe him, besides Met size. I want to know that someone's looking after you. Soriel frowned, and Metatron turned back to Hisashi. You can do that, right? Yeah, of course. Soriel huffed. I don't need protection. There's something else, isn't there? What has you running? Just drop it, Sar. I'm gonna go give my statement. Met said, standing and walking briskly to the police car that just pulled up. Soriel sighed. I'm sorry you had to see all that. I should be thanking you. I'm Soriel Hall, she said as Hisashi helped her up. She handed him a business card from her pocket. My brother will probably call you tomorrow about your employment. We saw your application this morning. I don't need someone looking out for me, but if he thinks you're good for the company, I trust him. Thank you, I guess. Hisashi says. Hall gives him a small smile, the first he'd seen from her before joining her brother with the police. Hisashi was just about to get going to pick up Izuku and take a long bath when a hand tapped his shoulder. He turned to see an incredibly tall figure with a letterman jacket, baseball cap, and long blonde bangs framing a chiseled face that fell mostly in shadow. "Good work again, Solar Flare." Hisashi knew that voice. "Is that who I think it is?" he asked. The man smiled even wider, taking off his hat. His bangs shot straight up and stood on end like a rabbit, before All Might put the hat back on. "I heard what happened on my police scanner and rushed over, but seemed you had it covered. I'd expect nothing less." "Well, thank you," Hisashi said, flustered. "So I see you're not with Endeavor anymore." "You know there's room at my agency," All Might said earnestly. No offense, you're a bit too conspicuous for what I do." "And yeah, Endeavor said some things. I can't work with a guy like him, no matter how skilled he is. I guess I do have a problem going under the radar." All Might made a vague motion to himself, referring to his height and hair. "What is that? One of those secondary physical quirks, like mine?" Hisashi asks, making bunny ears with his hands. All Might gave a hearty laugh, causing people down the street to look over curiously. No. Well, maybe. I don't actually remember. I think my hairspray gave it a life of its own," he says, causing Hisashi to laugh aloud. "You have a physical quirk? I don't seem to see it." All Might asks, studying him closer. Hisashi chuckled. "Whoa, show you my quirk? Take me to dinner first. You can't see it in this light anyways." "Alright, let's do it," All Might said. "Do what?" "Real cool, Hisashi. Dinner. There's a ramen place just down there, very quiet." All Might points down the street. When Hisashi didn't say anything, he waved his hands. "Don't feel any pressure to say yes, of course, just cause of who I am. I'm sure you want to go home to your son, right?" Hisashi snapped himself out of his stupor. No, I mean yeah, I'd love to. My boy's at a family friend's house tonight, he won't expect me till late. And Mitsuki would forgive him, especially after what Katsuki pulled at school yesterday." A few moments later found All Might and Solar Flare grinning at each other in a booth at a dimly lit ramen shop. All Might squinted at Solar Flare over his ramen. "I still don't see it. My mask is covering it. And you still probably won't be able to see it in here." All Might gave a dramatic sigh. "Maybe one day." "Maybe. Now, why ramen shop?" "Because it was convenient." "Why do you not like it? We could go somewhere else." "No, I do. It sure beats what I make at home. I'm sure my boy is getting tired of my cooking. I can never make anything like his mom could." Hisashi said. "I'm sure he loves it because you made it." All Might says gently. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking like that on AD, well?" Hisashi really had a talent for embarrassing himself in front of top 10 heroes, didn't he? "I understand, Solar Flare. Tell me, how did you like being a sidekick?" All Might graciously changes the subject. "It's not the sidekick part that I didn't like. I don't like the public eye, or Endeavor. He does good work, but we really clashed. What about you? Were you ever a professional sidekick?" "Briefly, but then I studied abroad in the US and had my own sidekick." All Might says, suddenly filled with nostalgia. "Shield, right? I admire his work, took a lot of inspiration from him when designing support gear in college." Hisashi said, losing himself in a short tangent on support gear, muttering to himself, hand in front of his mouth. All Might rested his chin in his hand and smiled. When the hour was late, the two stood outside the ramen shop. "I don't think I've met anyone like you, Solar Flare." "Oh please, I had a feeling you would be very cheesy. I had fun though." "Here." Hisashi pulled out his notepad and pen, writing down his number. "I don't keep a business card, just to stay anonymous. They're H, so you don't get it confused with all the other scruffy underground heroes throwing themselves at you." All Might chuckled. "Can I ask what that stands for?" "Maybe next time. If you decide to call the number." As the two walked in opposite directions, they both got notifications on their phones. To Hisashi M. From Quinar. "Hey, Midoriya wanted to give you an update on my wonderful life. The people who moved into your old apartment are real cute, and I may be in love, but she's in the police academy and my luck is awful, which you know. Anyways, hope you finally got some action or did something mildly entertaining for yourself. Say hi to Izuku for me, smiling face with hearts. From Night Eye Milky Way, I lead on the doctor. Worked out of Muzutafu, disappeared with a relative. Could lead us to AFO, call me back. Quinn and Emery by Fipsh. Top row, Izuku and Wes. Middle row, Michael, Hisashi, and Yagi. Bottom row, Selton and Met. You did not go on a date with All Might. Hall says firmly at her neat black desk. I swear I did, Hall. I mean, 3 years ago, and he didn't call me back, but it still happened. Do you have any proof? The picture? Thought so. Selfies on a first date? Is that what you do in the States? Hisashi asked. Wouldn't know, I don't go on dates. Too busy. She says, pursuing through the blueprints he'd slapped onto her desk moments ago. You'd know, didn't you live in Washington for a while? Yes, Seattle. Not that I really interacted with many people, just my neighbors and coworkers. No dates. And the occasional hospital staff. No dates. That's how you are now, though. You go on one supposed date with All Might and you're done for the rest of your life? No friends either? Hey, I have friends, you're my friend. I'm your boss. And there's the Cooks, Reed, Yuns, and Kaju. Oh yeah, your weird neighbors who followed you all the way from America. Hall looks up and raised her eyebrows. I think it was a coincidence they moved here, but yeah. At least he thinks it was. You never really know with that group. You really have a talent for attracting American friends. She sighed. Speaking of America, Met hasn't reached out to you, has he? No. I'm sorry. Around a year ago, Metatron Hall was planning on moving back to the US and leaving his twin, Soriel, to lead the Japan branch on her own, and the two could only assume he had, because one evening he'd vanished from his expensive Tokyo apartment. Bizarrely, there were signs of a struggle, but all of his essentials seemed to be neatly picked from the room, like he'd been planning on leaving. There were no fingerprints and the local police didn't know what to make of it. Soriel and Hisashi could only hold out hope that he's gotten into a fight and decided to leave early, or go into hiding. No, don't apologize. This work is great. She gestures to his blueprints for support equipment and costume designs he'd worked on over the last month. You still planning on patrolling tonight? Yeah, with Eraserhead. Why? Eraserhead was one of Hisashi's favorites in the agency to work with, when he did decide to not work alone. The younger hero was talented, and because of Hall Hero Support's partnership with UA, was practically guaranteed a teaching position next school year. Go home early, take a nap until your patrol. We can do without you for the rest of today. Hisashi Midoriya's neighbors were some of the most bizarre people he'd ever met. He didn't know why he was surprised that when Reed and Yilmaz decided to live right next to him again when they moved to Japan. According to them, something important had brought them to the country, but familiarity brought them next to him. Hisashi just really needed to know how they got his address. In their time they'd been apart, Quinn and Selton acquired a new friend. Small, timid and incredibly gentle Arya Kaju. She was very, very pale, probably albino, had a lilting French accent, and the ability to grow plants with her quirk. Truthfully, he was the only reason he had allowed them to currently be babysitting Izuku. He actually knew what Kaju did for a living, working night shifts at an exotic plant nursery. Hisashi knocked on the door of his neighbor's apartment, thanking all that was holy for Hall's generosity. He really needed a nap. Arya opened the door slowly, and smiled when she saw him. She turned around and called to Izuku. Your father's here for you, sweetie. What really? We just started Spirited Away. Izuku says between Selton and Quinn on the couch. Yeah, Dad, come on. Quinn echoes. 1, don't ever call me that again, Quinn, ever. 2, yeah, stay and watch your movie. Have Selton bring you over when it's over, I'm gonna take a nap. Quinn huffed. I can walk him a few feet down the hall. I'm a pro now, remember? She just loved bragging about her shiny new hero license. Hisashi was proud of her, but he wasn't going to say that. No, I don't trust you. Good night. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, Dad. Love you, Dad. Izuku grins at him. Love you too, baby. Hisashi stumbled into the living room, collapsing on the couch. He felt like he was only asleep for minutes when there was an urgent knocking on the door. He rushed to open it, thinking it was Selton with Izuku, but instead saw a young woman with dark wavy pixie hair and a beauty mark on her jaw. "Can I help you?" "Hi, Mr. Midoriya. It's been a while. Can I come in?" The woman looked her shoulder anxiously. Her voice sounded familiar, but Hisashi couldn't place it. "Please. Do I know you?" "Yeah, Emery, from Silver Star's agency." The shapeshifter. No wonder he barely recognized her. She'd had shoulder-length hair before, and a whole different face shape. She spoke Japanese but had a thick accent. "Oh, of course. Come in." Hisashi moved out of the way, letting R. Richardson walk in. She held a thick file to her chest protectively. "So what are you doing in Japan?" I live here now. I moved with my brother. I think you've met him, he's a nurse," she said, looking around the room. Hisashi stifled a groan. Where did they all keep coming from? Why did they flock to him? "Oh, really? Do you want tea or coffee?" "Coffee would be nice, thank you." When Hisashi handed her a mug of coffee, he saw her hands shake as she sipped it. "Are you okay? Why are you here?" She set the file on the coffee table between them. "Do you remember when I emailed you a few years ago about a doctor who worked in the area?" "Yeah, I told you everything I know. Tsubasa was my son's doctor since we moved to the area, had a grandson who went to school with him. I called the clinic for more information and they said Tsubasa never worked there. Are you still looking into this on your own?" Emery opened the file and pointed at some grainy security camera photos of the doctor entering a decrepit building. "Yes, mostly. That's why I moved here. I think their base moved. Or one of them." "They? This sounds dangerous. Why did you bring this to my house?" Hisashi asked, tense. "I'm sorry, I'll leave if you can't help me, but I need to." She was cut off by a sharp knock on the door. "Sheet. Midoriya-san? It's the police," the voice outside the door said. Hisashi looked to Emery sharply. "What did you do? Is this stolen?" He whispers, pointing at the file. "No. I mean, not from the station. It's just Tsukachi, I work with him," she says, and Hisashi is not comforted. "Midoriya-san? Your neighbors said you were home." Tsukachi calls out again. "Why is he here?" Hisashi whispered to Emery, standing and walking to the door, and looking through the peephole. He was an unassuming young detective and had a concerned baby face. "I may have had a panic attack and ran out on him when he saw my files. Answer the door, but don't tell him I'm here. But don't lie." "What?" Hisashi mouthed to her as she pushed him to open the door, before she ran and hid behind his kitchen counter. "Can I help you, detective?" "Yes, I'm sorry to disturb you. Your neighbors said you were resting." Tsukachi actually looked apologetic. "You see, I have some questions about some people who are missing that I believe you know." A brief hope filled Hisashi. "Is this about Hall? Is there a new lead?" Tsukachi shook his head. "No, unfortunately. We think this might be related though. Have you seen this boy recently?" The detective handed him a photo and his heart dropped. "No, I saw him a few months ago, and talked to him 2 weeks ago to set up a playdate for his little brother and my son." "Why, did something happen to him?" "Didn't." "No, at least we don't think so. Day before yesterday, someone made noise complaints about the Todoroki household, and moments later, there was a report of a small house fire. Which we thought was weird for a household of fire and ice quirks, and when we arrived, Endeavor reported Tuya as a runaway." "And you don't believe him?" The sinking feeling still hadn't gone away. He wasn't telling the whole truth. There were signs of a fight he'd chalked up to quirk training, but he was lying. Tsukachi said confidently. Hisashi had a feeling he knew how Tsukachi could be so sure. "I have a patrol with Eraserhead tonight, and we'll keep an eye out for him." "Is that all you needed?" "No, actually, have you seen this woman recently? It's Emery Robinson. I believe you work together?" Tsukachi held out another photo, this time of Emery as Hisashi had known her at Silver Star's agency. "Has she been by here?" "I haven't seen a woman who looks like this recently," Hisashi said. Tsukachi sighed. She's here, isn't she? I already checked with Cassidy-san. I'm just checking up on her, okay? He paused, seeing the open file sitting on his coffee table. He pointed at it, raising an eyebrow. Hisashi opened the door wider and let him in resigned. Robinson popped out from the kitchen. I'm sorry I made you worry, detective, but I'm fine now. Just visiting an old friend. Don't lie to me. I know you're getting yourself into something dangerous here. You could tell me I can help. He says, surprisingly gentle. No, I can handle this. Tsukachi frowned and made brief eye contact with Hisashi, as if saying doubtful. I have Mike helping me and I have a plan. Oh, to disguise yourself as part of the family that this mysterious person has been targeting for years in a hope to draw him out. Smart. That's why you look like that? Are you nuts? Hisashi asked, incredulous. How do you know about that? What do you know? Tsukachi sighed. Not much. My friend lost someone, the hero Nana Shimura, to these people. But he won't tell me anything either. But I know you look just like her right now. All I wanted to know was the address of the clinic so I can check it out, okay? I'll leave and I'll drop the disguise, okay? Robinson sighs. I don't want anyone else mixed up in this. The things they did, Robinson swallows thickly. I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Midoriya. I'll be out of your hair. She gathered the file in her arms again and pushed past them out of the apartment. I don't remember her being such a handful. Is she always like this? Hisashi said in exasperation. I've only known her for a few months, but no, she's not. She's a good officer. I'm worried about her though. Tsukachi explained. Yeah, me too. Here, Hisashi found an old receipt and scratched 2 addresses on it. First one's the clinic, and the second one is the school his grandson went to. Thanks for this. I'd better get. Wait, why do you think Tuya Todoroki disappearing has anything to do with Met Hall disappearing? Tsukachi shook his head. I don't think it's related, personally. I think Tuya left because he didn't feel safe, but there's no real proof. The guys at the station think it's related because they both vanished with their things even though there were signs of a struggle. Both of them could have run away or been taken. Hisashi ground his teeth. Between you and me, I think there's something wrong with Endeavor and I'm scared for those kids. You let me know if you hear anything, all right? Sure thing. Have a good rest of your day, Midoriya-san. A few moments later, Selton brought an anxious Izuku home. Dad, why were the police here? Hisashi smiled and snatched Izuku up into his arms, holding him tight before flinging himself backwards onto the couch. No, let me go. He shouted, giggling. I don't think I will. Hisashi said, giving him a kiss atop his wild green hair. It was nothing you need to worry about. Mission report. Tell me how school was today. Izuku wiggled in his arms. It was Fie and Dad. Hey Dad. Yeah baby. Can quirks hurt the people using them? Like can you burn yourself with your fire? Izuku would normally be so full of passion when talking about quirks, but now he seemed pensive. If I'm not careful I can. For example, if I let out a long enough fire breath it'll start to burn my mouth. And I'm not immune to my own fire. If I get it hot enough it could burn me. Why do you ask? Izuku rested his head on his father's chest and closed his eyes. It's just. The other day after Kaken made a huge explosion and my ears were ringing for a bit. Kaken said he couldn't hear for a few minutes after that. That is concerning. I'll talk to his parents, alright? Okay. Hey, it'll be alright. He wasn't trying to hurt you, was he? Hisashi examined Izuku's arms for familiar explosion burns. No, he was showing off. Hey Dad, did you have a good day? Izuku says, trying to get up again. Hisashi tightened his arms. It was fine, Hall-san liked my designs. She didn't believe me when I told her about my date with All Might though. He sighed dramatically. Izuku looked up at him, judgment on his tiny face. What? You don't believe me either? Izuku shook his head. You believed me when I told you. I was littler then. And easily tricked. What? You've never been gullible. Why would I lie, huh? I dunno. He hid his face again. 'Cause you wanted me to think you were dating someone cool, so I wouldn't be disappointed because they're not mom. Hisashi set Izuku so he was standing in front of him and held him by the shoulders. Aizu, were you upset that I went on a date so soon after you lost your mom? A little. I know you weren't in love anymore, but I couldn't imagine either of you with anyone else. But it's okay now. You don't have to hide if you want to go on a date. Aizu, I'm so sorry. I should have talked to you, okay? You don't have to carry something like that inside. Hisashi squeezed Izuku's shoulder, and his lip wobbled. Hisashi lifted Izuku's chin up. Hey, no need to cry. You know I'd never lie to you, right? I did go on a date with All Might. Izuku gave him a sly smile. Sure, Dad, he teased before running off into his room. Hisashi gave out a huff but smiled. Sure, his son didn't believe him, but at least Izuku had opened up to him. And he didn't believe me either. My own son. Hisashi explains to his partner for the night. And then he just runs off. No respect. Sounds like a problem child. Not that I believe you either. Eraserhead gives him a side-eye under his absolutely unruly hair. Really? Why would I make this up? Hisashi huffed. The night was coming to a close. It was almost 1 a.m. and about the time and amount of sleep deprivation that Hisashi starts being a bit more loose-lipped with whoever he was around, and he always regretted it. Eraserhead, despite being prickly, was almost endlessly patient. Fame? Respect? Eraserhead throws out. If I cared about those things I wouldn't be working with you, you cryptid. Even working with Eraserhead for 2 years. Hisashi knew very little about him. He wasn't even sure the name Eraserhead had given him was real. Besides, I haven't shared with anyone what actually happened on the date. Eraserhead nodded in acknowledgement as they continued down the darkened street. Let's keep it that way. Oh yeah, you're not really a fan, are you? No. Too loud and out there. I don't like the way he operates. Hisashi laughed outright at that. Oh, funny coming from you. Anyways, how's Present Mike doing these days? You've been together how long now? Still doing that radio show? Hisashi knew he and Izuku had listened to it last night. Eraserhead glared at him, head tilted down, and capture weapon hiding his face as the young hero seemed to do whenever he blushed. None of your business. Why is All Might on your mind after 3 years anyways? I don't know, actually. It's close to the anniversary of the date, and when I met the Halls. Feeling nostalgic, I guess. And I talked to the police about Met again today. Eraserhead nodded. That would do it. I hope he's okay wherever he is. Neither of them were very close to Met Hall, but his absence was always felt in the company. There was a buzz from Hisashi's personal phone, and Hisashi pulled it out, assuming it was from Quinn, who he had asked to check on Izuku while he was gone for the night. Text from unknown number. Is it too late to take you up on that second date? I know of a 24-hour diner. I want to talk to you. Holy F dash dot. Hisashi says, showing Eraserhead the text. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. What are you going to do? Eraserhead looked over his shoulder as Hisashi wrote a reply. From who's this? How did you get this number? Sounds a little confrontational. Eraserhead said. Hisashi rolled his eyes. A few moments later there was another reply. From unknown number. You gave it to me under H flexed biceps rabbit face after you stopped that mugging and we got ramen. I think it's him. Eraserhead sighed. You're too trusting. Alright, I'll go with you to make sure you're not ambushed. The two took to the rooftops as they weren't far from the address All Might had sent. When they arrived at the dimly lit all-night diner, Hisashi se in a deep breath. There he was. So distinctive and hard to miss, but so different in civilian clothes. The familiar baseball cap, sweatpants, and an American college sweater. That's him. Thanks for this, Eraserhead. Aizawa. You're welcome. I'll hang around for a bit, just in case. They weren't exactly in the safest part of town. Hisashi dropped down, landing next to All Might, who turned to him. Solar flare, looks like you've had a long night. He said. Caught a couple thieves, but it was mostly surveillance. Hisashi said as All Might led him to another dimly lit booth. Why contact me now? After 3 years, in the middle of the night? You don't beat around the bush, do you? All Might fiddled with a straw wrapper. Because you're acting strange and I'm tired. What's wrong? Hisashi's arms were folded. Would you believe me if I told you it's because I wanted to see you? His eyes could almost be glowing under the shade of his hat and the low light. Hisashi gasped minutely. No. Not completely. You're a busy man, but you would have contacted me years ago if you were interested. Something like regret passed over All Might's features. I wanted to. I kept thinking about you, and I wanted that second date. But? Hisashi wished he could believe him. He wanted a reason to. I've been working a case with Night Eye. Long term. It's important to me. He clenched his fist, but then relaxed it and held his head in his hands. It's consumed all my time. I've either been doing public hero work or searching. I've barely slept. I can see that. It's been a pattern with people around me lately. Hisashi thought of Robin Roberts? And that frantic drive in her eyes, and Wei Hall would tell him almost weekly that there was no new news on her brother. Why are you really here? I'm going to confront him. Any day now. He says with finality. It puts a bad taste in Hisashi's mouth. And this man is dangerous, even for you? Yes, he killed him. Someone very close to me, someone very powerful. I don't know if I'll come out of this alive, but I have to try. All Might's face was still cast in shadow, but he looked into Hisashi's eyes urgently. Hisashi was stunned into silence. He couldn't imagine a villain so powerful All Might feared for his life. He wondered how anyone was supposed to feel safe when the symbol of peace had an enemy that kept him up all night. I've been up all night, for nights, just dash. All Might reached out as if to touch Hisashi's hand, but hesitated. I wanted to talk to you again before. Hisashi closed the distance and grabbed his hand. Hey, don't talk like you're going to die. You're not. You're All Might and the world needs you. You've got this. Thank you, Solar Flare. The two talked in the all-night diner until the sun began to rise. Hisashi was grateful he didn't have work the next day. You tell me if things go all right. Hisashi said to All Might. I don't want to explain to my 7-year-old why his idol isn't fighting villains anymore. Of course. Here, give me your phone. All Might held his hand out. Hisashi raised an eyebrow under his mask, but unlocked his work phone and handed it over. All Might added in his own contact and handed it back with a grin. Do I get to know what that stands for? All Might shook his head. Maybe if all goes well. He leaned down and gave Hisashi a quick kiss on the cheek, just under his domino mask. Hisashi just got a glimpse of All Might's flushed face and now sad smile before he leapt off the ground, out of sight, sending a gust of wind down the street. Hisashi decided he'd keep this date between himself and Aizawa. Here's something I redrew based on their first meeting. And here's a little Officer Emery Robinson. And here's the girls. Blue hair is Emery, red hair is Quinn, white hair is Arya, brown hair is Alex, black hair is Soriel. Mizudafu, 5 years ago. You know you're the best wife in the world, right? Hisashi said, starstruck. Inko held Izuku up higher as the 2-year-old struck heroic poses in his custom-made solar flare onesie. Yes, I know. I made it myself, she said, handing Izuku over to Hisashi, who was already in his hero gear for his patrol that night, sans mask. Look, you match. Let me get my camera, hold on. Hisashi posed with Izuku before setting him back down to run back into the living room in excitement brandishing his hero-themed toys. I want that framed. Sure thing, Sashi. Hey, try not to get too bloodied up on your patrol tonight. You're still going to a what's-his-name's party tonight, right? Inko said, giving him an expectant look. Hisashi groaned. Who, Blood Kings? A house party at 18-year-old Blood Kings? It's basically a college party. Why would I want that? Not that Sashi wasn't barely out of college himself, but it was no secret that he was not a very social person. But, last week the up-and-coming public pro-hero Blood King had invited him personally, well, not personally, no one besides the boss knew Solar Flare's identity at his current agency to a party at the house he just bought. Blood King mentioned he'd invited some UA school friends, some college friends, and some people in the industry he'd known. Hisashi got the impression Blood King was trying to downplay the size of the party. He then leaned over and told him that someone he'd invited was really excited to talk to him. Hisashi told him he'd think about it. Aren't there going to be other pros there? If you make friends with other pros, they can watch your back and give me some peace of mind. Inko gave him a patient smile, and Hisashi was filled with a now familiar and unidentifiable guilt. I guess. But I'm still not telling anyone who I am, he said. Inko frowned and led him towards the front door, out of Izuku's earshot. I know you haven't been yourself lately, she said, handing him his mask. Hisashi held his breath. But that's why I want you to go. If you can't tell me what's been on your mind, go tell someone, okay? Hisashi put his mask on, if only to hide his expression. I can't even think about it, can't put it into real words. He looked into his wife's eyes under the whites of his mask and felt like a fraud. Can't, nothing's wrong. I'll go though. He felt dirty, but told himself again he wasn't lying. Inko gave him an unsure smile. Okay then. I'll see you tomorrow morning then. Have a safe patrol. I have no say in the matter, Hisashi says, turning to leave. He thinks he hears Inko mumble her customary, die then, and chuckles. Give Aizu a good night kiss from me, alright? Sure thing, Sashi. When the door closed behind him, Hisashi took a moment to take a deep, steadying breath. Maybe a college party was what he needed right now. Confiding in someone was the last thing he wanted. Blood King had a nice, Western-style house, big and sparsely decorated. Hisashi was right though, it was only a step up from a college party. There was loud music, flashing lights, and a lot of people packed into one space, dancing, some of them in obnoxious hero gear. Thankfully, there were a lot more spaces where people were just standing around talking, and Hisashi was willing to bet most of them were already roaring drunk and was eager to join them. Hisashi had already had 3 crappy beers in an obnoxious red cup when Blood King approached him. Solar Flare. Man, I'm glad you made it. You're sober, Hisashi observed. Oh yeah, gotta make sure no one destroys my house. I didn't think you would make it, you don't seem like a people person. Blood King laughs. I'm not. Someone convinced me to come. I need friends apparently, Hisashi says, wiping the blood dripping from his lip. He couldn't even follow Inko's instructions, and had a split lip from where some back alley arms dealer had got a good hit in. Oh, speaking of, did Snipe talk to you yet? No. He and Snipe had a few friendly conversations when running into each other briefly at the agency, but it was nothing of note to Hisashi. Hisashi figured making friends with Snipe wouldn't hurt. He wasn't an underground hero, but he was discreet enough. Well, keep an eye out for him if he doesn't find you first. I swear he's a man on a mission, Blood King says before disappearing into the crowd again. Hisashi has 2 more drinks and leans against the wall in a secluded corner and watches the dance floor, when he's approached again, this time by a tall dark-skinned man with dreadlocks pulled away from his face and gold piercings in his brow and nose. Solar Flare. There you are, Seamer, come sit with me. Snipe, Hisashi recognized his voice, grabbed him by the wrist and led him over to a small couch that was pushed up against the wall. Cozy, Hisashi commented intelligently. He was starting to regret drinking so much, but didn't really feel like stopping. Snipe grinned at him, holding his own drink. Oh, I know. I haven't been to one of these in years, but Ken said it would be worth it, and I'm starting to think he was right. You enjoying yourself, darling? He asked. Snipe had a Western American accent that seemed to put Hisashi at ease. You could say that. I mean, I've gotten to drink in peace, mostly. Hisashi mumbled. Oh well, I'm sorry to bother you, but you looked so lonely, and I wanted to talk to you. Snipe leans in closer to be heard over the music. Thanks, I guess, Snipe. Oh please, you can call me Joel when I'm like this. Snipe Joel smiled in a disarming way, and Hisashi suddenly felt guilty for not sharing his own name. Joel. Okay, Hisashi said, staring at his empty cup in disappointment. Here, let me go get us some new drinks, darling. Joel stands up and takes Hisashi's cup, and Hisashi wondered briefly if Joel called everyone that, if it was part of his gimmick or just who he was. Hisashi stared at the dance floor, not really seeing. When Joel sat back down, Hisashi took the cup from him and had a long drink. Thanks. You're welcome. Long night? Looks like you came here straight from a patrol. Yeah. How'd you know? Joel gestures to Hisashi's face, and the blood now dripping from his lip again. Here, let me. He leans into Hisashi's space again, and wipes away the blood from his mouth. Villain. Some arms dealer. Got a few good hits in, probably gave me a black eye too. Hisashi said over the steady thump of the music that he could feel in his chest. Joel leans in even closer and puts his hand at the edge of Hisashi's mask. May I? Check your eye, I mean. Hisashi doesn't know why he isn't breathing, or why he's letting the other hero see him, but he nods. Joel takes off the mask gingerly, and studied his face before smiling with his perfect teeth. Your eyes are perfect, darling. Thanks, thank you. Hisashi doesn't move when Joel is leaning close to his face, doesn't move when he can smell the alcohol on the other hero's breath, and doesn't move when Joel suddenly but slowly has his mouth on his, gentle and soft, almost like he was minding the cut on Hisashi's lip. He closed his eyes. And it was unlike anything he'd experienced before. His hand that wasn't on the back of the couch grabbed Hisashi's but he was still frozen. Joel paused and spoke against Hisashi's mouth. You alright? I'm Dash. Midoriya. What the F Dash? The voice cut through the chatter, and Joel jumped back. Hisashi squints up at the figure blocking the light, glaring down at him. Bakugo? What? Don't act all innocent, Midoriya. Mitsuki grabs him by the arm and starts to haul him through the crowd and out the front door. Whoa, miss, what's your deal? Joel asks, following them to the front steps. Mitsuki ignores him. I can't believe you. Years. And you're here with your tongue down some guy's throat. She yelled, still holding him by the arm. Hisashi tried to yank his arm out of her grip but ends up stumbling backwards, leaving Joel to catch him, not helping his case. No, that's not what. He mumbled, attempting to stand on his own. Oh, spare me, Mitsuki said, pulling out her cell phone. Are you his girlfriend, Bika Dash? Joel starts. No, but I'm calling his wife. Mitsuki snapped. Oh sheepman? Joel took a step back, hands up as though in surrender. You can't, Hisashi said, sitting heavily on the front steps. I can and I will, Hisashi. She spat his name like venom, not unlike she would in their high school years. Really, what is Izuku-kun going to think of you? Did you think about that? Oh, don't you dare. Hisashi put his face in his hands, wishing for his mask back. Mitsuki walked angrily down the street to her car, most likely calling Inko on the way. Hisashi's head was spinning now. She's gonna. Listen, I'm sorry darling, this is my fault. Joel says uncomfortably. Yeah. It might have happened at some point anyways though. I need to go. Joel held out his hand and helped Hisashi to his feet, who promptly vomited into Blood King's shrubbery. Joel set a hand on his shoulder. Hisashi. Don't touch me, don't call me that. I have to go. He groans, pulling away and wiping his mouth. Joel sighed. You took the train here, right? After your patrol? Listens. Let me give you a ride, alright? You can't get home like this. Fine. Hisashi said. They left after Joel had had some water and a bit of time to sober up, but Hisashi was too far gone. The ride was adamantly silent, but not for Joel's lack of trying and attempts at placating words. All Hisashi could do was lean over in his seat, lost in slurred mumblings to himself. Would she be awake when he got home? Did Mitsuki tell her what she saw? Did she tell anyone else? Would she ever let him see Izuku? Would she listen to his side? Could this all please just blow over? The apartment was completely silent when he arrived. Empty. There was a note in Inko's handwriting on the coffee table that just said, "We're at Mitsuki's." Hisashi took a moment to consider what that meant for him before falling asleep in his clothes on the couch. He spent a generous amount of time in the bathroom the next afternoon. He was finally washing his face when the door creaked open and Inko stood in the doorway, face blank and eyes puffy. How'd you get home last night? A coworker drove me. He didn't look at her. Was it the man who? Yeah. He didn't see a reason to lie. Inko took a deep breath. How long have you been seeing him? He turned and looked her in the eyes. I haven't been. Sure. We spoke a bit at the agency, all right? Nothing else. You expect me to believe that with how off you've been acting for months? Her voice was rising. This. You know me, forever, it felt like. Do I? She snapped before turning and going back into the living room. Hisashi noticed an absence in his home. Where's Izuku? He asked, following her. With Mitsuki for now. She turned to face him again. Where are you going to go? He felt like his whole chest dropped to the floor. What do you mean? You can't stay here. At least not for now. I need some time. She held her sides and looked away from him now, and Hisashi felt suddenly irrationally angry. You need time? I'm having a DMNC crisis or something and all anyone can do is yell at me and not ask me what happened. His mouth was smoking now. Crisis? Mitsuki told me what happened, that you were making out with your coworker at the party I told you to go to. Tears were forming in her eyes and it hurt, like a stabbing pain. It hurt, because Inko really wasn't the type to yell, and Hisashi hated that he causes it. I mean Joel kissed me. Oh, so it's Joel? Her voice raised even more. I mean he kissed me. And I'm sorry. I didn't do anything. Hisashi hated this, hated how everything he'd been burying for what felt like forever was suddenly boiling to the surface and spilling out, wrecking everything. He couldn't even look at her, some hero. I just let him, I didn't. I don't know. You let him, you because you're gay? Ah, there it was. He didn't say anything. Inko sighed. When my dad came over last month, he told me you were struggling with something, didn't know what though. Didn't think the last 8 years of my life would be a lie, though, she said, and it stung. Yeah, well, me either. You're right. You do need time and space. She turned and walked into the bedroom, getting his suitcase from the closet. We're not going to talk this out, like we've done with everything else? I've talked things out in the past. You can't talk your way out of ruining 4 years of marriage. Did you think at all? What this is going to do to Izuku, how this is all going to affect him growing up. She threw the suitcase to the side and pointed at him accusingly. She had already tossed some of his clothes in it. He didn't think or act. He didn't feel like it would help him to say that though. So you've decided then? That's it? Don't act like any of this is my doing. You chose to keep all of this from me. Instead of talking with me about your doubts, you went in. How was I supposed to bring something like that up? There is nothing going on between Jay, my coworker, and I told you. I can't believe you right now. Just go. Hisashi ground his teeth and took the suitcase back into their room and started packing. He supposed he did end up getting space and time. He wished he had a better place to think and work through his feelings, but unfortunately all of his friends were first and foremost Inko and Mitsuki's friends, and his family was also mostly Inko's family. Hisashi was lying under the covers in his motel room bed staring at the alarm clock. He was going to patrol that night but had claimed to be too busy again to go into the agency go aid investigations. If he saw Snipe he'd probably throw up again. His phone rang, making him jump slightly. Mom. This was new, she hadn't checked up on him in months. I talked to Sweet Inko last night, she said shortly. That explains it. He could hear her sharp clawed hand tap an impatient beat on a hard surface through the phone. Oh dash. I tried to call you all day yesterday. I patrolled almost all day yesterday. He could just imagine her glittering gold scales twisting in that unimpressed way of hers. So says the underground hero. Sure. You really screwed the pooch with this one, didn't you? I didn't. Why are you calling? Just giving you a warning. Itsuko Suzuki is going to be calling you any time now. I recommend you don't pick up. She practically growled. Okay, thanks I guess. Don't thank me yet. You can't avoid her forever. But you'll try, won't you, boy? Avoid the press, avoid credit for your work, avoid your problems until your inaction screws you. She said. Hisashi could feel his chest hurting in anxiety again, but this type of talk wasn't new for his mom. If you're saying I need to go back and beg for things to go back to normal, then I can't. Of course you can't, because there's no hope for you to be a regular happy family after this. You would both be unhappy, And my grandson will be unhappy. All he needs is his mom, just like I was all you needed. Hisashi thought about how much he had wished his mother hadn't pushed his father away growing up, for being weak-willed and practically quirkless. No, he needs me, even if Inko and I aren't together. At least in some way. You know you sound just like your father? What could you do that Inko can't? You just proved. I don't have to listen to this. Bye, Mum. He said, snapping his flip phone shut. He pulled the blankets over his head and tried to go back to sleep before his patrol, but his mind was racing and spiraling. His phone beeped again, and Hisashi nearly flinched. He opened it, expecting Mitsuki to chew him out again, or, God forbid, his mother-in-law. But it wasn't either of them. It was Silver Star Hero Agency. Hisashi remembered last year when he and Inko were considering moving to the States, so she could break into the comic industry there. He'd showed interest in a few different agencies, even going as far as applying to a few before the two of them had changed their mind. Silver Stars was the only one to reach back out to him, even when he'd ignored their emails. He stared at the notification and wondered what it would be like to just have some time, just a little bit to be alone and try something new, in a place where he was apparently wanted. Joel goes in for the kill. Hisashi flopped heavily across Michael and Selton's laps, and pulls the bowl of popcorn onto his chest as Selton flips through the channels on his TV. You guys are nerds. I invite you into my home, I make you dinner when my son is not home so we can watch an R-rated movie and you put on Jeopardy? Gross. Yeah. Quinn always has her sci-fi series on, this is the only time I can watch my game shows. Selton pouts. Michael leans back and set his feet on the coffee table. Get your ugly but work shoes off in my house, Cassidy. Who do you think you are? Hisashi grunted as Michael shoved a fistful of popcorn into his mouth. Who knows what kind of nastiness nurses' shoes picked up at a hospital? These shoes save lives, okay? He says, but takes them off anyways. So do mine, but they stay by the front door. Hisashi threw popcorn into Michael's hair. Hey, isn't that Cat? Michael said suddenly, as Setlin flipped through the channels to a news station. Who the F is Cat? Hisashi mumbled. The middle school student taken captive by the sludge-like villain now being known as Muck has declined to give a statement after his rescue by All Might. We now know his identity being Katsuki Bakugo, the reporter was saying. Can't believe they used his name on TV. Selton said. The other student involved in the incident left the scene before giving any type of statement. According to sources at the scene, the student had been observing from the sidelines and then rushed past the police block into the fray to save his classmate, apparently without a plan or any quirk to defend himself with. Pro-heroes? No way, Mike said faintly, as Hisashi scrambled to find his phone and get up without spilling his popcorn. Selton found it stuck between the couch cushions and set it in his hand. Hisashi called Izuku's number and got only a voicemail. He tried 2 more times, pacing around the room while Selton and Michael searched the internet for news of the attack with scattered success. In the midst of his 3rd call, the door opens tentatively. Izuku walks in, looking worse for wear, his school uniform somehow looking burnt and windswept. Izuku, oh my god, you're okay? Hisashi pulled him into his arms and held him tight. I saw on the news about that sludge guy. What happened? The villain when I was walking home, it got me. Izuku stuttered. Hisashi led him to the couch and sat him down. It's okay, kiddo, you're safe now. Did he hurt you? Cassidy, Hisashi asked. Izuku shook his head, no, while Nurse Michael looked him over anyways. Let's see, you've got a couple bruises here, a burn too. Do you mind if I use my quirk on you? Michael asked gently. Izuku nodded, and Michael hovered his hands over the bruises until they glowed with a golden light. Izuku sighed as his bruise vanished. Selton leaned over Michael's shoulder, closer to Izuku's head, frowning. You smell like the sewer and something else. The villain? Did All Might catch him? I'll hunt him down if he didn't, I swear. Bro, Michael said placatingly. They said All Might apprehended him on the news. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Izuku agreed, but was looking down at his knees, hands shaking. Chetan made eye contact with a frowning Hisashi over Izuku's head and sighed. Alright, we'll give you some space, Izuku. The couple walked out, but Sultan stopped at the door, turning. You let us know if you need anything, alright? Izuku nodded again, absently. The events of the day seemed to be catching up to him all at once. Kaken's words, the villain, All Might's. He wanted to tell his dad about what happened, but All Might had sworn him to secrecy. Thanks again, Cassidy, Hisashi said, his hand now a comforting weight on Izuku's back. Hey, it's what I do. Michael gave them a small wave before shutting the door behind him. Sultan let out a low growl when it was just the two of them. Michael saw his nails growing into claws again and gently took his hand. I don't get who would hurt Kat and Aizu. They're just kids. Izuku is so sweet and practically defenseless. Part of me wishes I could hunt that fucker down myself, Sultan growled. That's why you do what you do, isn't it? The door down the hall opened and Quinn poked her head out. Hey, I saw on the news, was that Katsuki and Izuku? With that nasty-ass slime man. Yeah. Izuku is okay, I healed him myself, it was nothing too bad. I don't know about Katsuki though, Izuku didn't say. Michael explained. A look of fury momentarily crossed Quinn's face. She moved down the hall, but Sultan stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. We're giving him some space, alright? We'll check back in tomorrow. Quinn huffed. Fine. We're going out tonight anyways, I have a lead, she said assertively, and Sultan nodded. When Quinn disappeared back into the apartment with a slammed door, Michael sighed. You just be safe. And don't get caught. Always, babe. Inside, Hisashi had wrapped his son in his favorite fluffy All Might-themed blanket. Izuku chuckled when he saw it. Hisashi smiled. Oh yeah, he saved you, huh? Did you get his autograph? Izuku nodded. Yeah, but my notebook is kinda messed up now. Now we have two. He gasped in realization. Oh my gosh. I forgot to ask if he actually went on a date with you. I was so distracted with everything. Hisashi faked a pout. You don't have to ask him, you could just believe me. Izuku shook his head. No, you need evidence to support your claim. Hisashi laughed, but then turned more serious. Aizu, did you tell the police what happened to you? The news said you left right after the incident. Izuku pulled the blanket tighter around himself. No, I didn't want the police to lecture me about running in there with nothing, like those heroes did. But I had to. My legs just moved on their own, and Kaken needed help, someone had. It's okay, kiddo, I believe you. You said that slime man got you, right? Izuku was nauseous just thinking about it. Yeah, just after school. Okay, the police are going to want to know what happened. Izuku tensed, and Hisashi quickly continued. How about this? You give me your statement instead, okay? I'll tell the police and you won't have to talk to anyone else. He said gently. Izuku nodded, and Hisashi got up and found a recording device that he used for taking notes in investigations. Hisashi sat on the coffee table so he was facing his son, and set the recording device next to him on. Okay, kiddo, just tell me your name first. Izuku Midoriya. Can you tell me what happened to you today when you encountered the villain muck? I was walking home from school. I'd stayed behind a little later than usual to clean, so I took that shortcut I take sometimes, the one with the tunnel by that dry cleaners. And it came at me from behind, said something, that I was a good medium-sized invisibility cloak. Then he swallowed thickly. You're okay, kiddo? Hisashi says softly. He tried to use my body to hide, like hide inside me? His whole body was like squeezing me and try and get inside my mouth. He shut his eyes. God, Aizu, you don't have to. Hisashi reaches out and holds his shoulder, horror coloring his voice. No. Izuku waved his hands. It wasn't XL or anything, at least I don't think it was, he said, but still leaning into his father's touch. He said it would only take 40 seconds and it was suffocating me. And then, right before I passed out, I saw All Might jump out from the manhole cover and come towards. When I woke up, All Might had subdued him. And this was all in the tunnel by the dry cleaners? Yeah. He went to take the villain to the police, but I distracted him with all my questions, and I guess the slime guy got away and neither of us noticed. Izuku groaned and hid his face in his hands. I didn't see him again until I was walking home and he had gotten Kaken. That's it. Can I be done now? Hisashi quickly turned off the recording device. Yeah, kiddo, that's all we'll need. He says before sitting next to Izuku on the couch and pulling him, wrapped in his blanket onto his lap and wrapping his arms around him. Dad, I'm okay, Izuku protested quietly. I know, baby, I know. Hisashi nodded and held him tighter. I almost lost you today, okay? When I heard on the news what happened, I was so scared. I don't know what I'd do if... Scared? But you're a hero. Izuku mumbled. Everyone gets scared, and it's okay. It's what you do with that fear, and how you act in spite of it that makes you brave. You were so brave today. Hisashi says, voice thick with emotion. I don't feel brave. I was so scared, I could feel that guy villain. It felt like I was submerged in like slimy liquid all over me, like I was drowning, and he kept talking to me when he got in my throat and nose. It was like I could hear him in my head. I don't know, maybe it was a part of his possession quirk, but I can't shake it. It's like I can still feel him, on my skin, in my chest, and in my head. I'm still scared, Dad, he said, shaking now with the force of his sobs. Oh, kiddo, I've got you, you're okay now. Hisashi soothes, rubbing circles into Izuku's back. He took deep breaths, activating his quirk, but not producing any flames. His chest started heating, and small amounts of smoke rose from his mouth, but Izuku calmed down nearly instantly. Hisashi almost smiled as his boy fell asleep in his arms for the first time in years, mumbling something about meeting All Might. Hisashi remembered when Izuku was born, so tiny, premature. He remembered how cold he had been in the nights after they'd brought him home. How Inko couldn't calm him down when the heater broke during a summer thunderstorm, and Hisashi had held his tiny baby to his chest every night for months, acting as a personal furnace as Inko made pouty jealous faces at him. For so long it was the only thing that could get Izuku to sleep. He tried not to be disappointed when Aizu was finally able to get to sleep on his own. Hisashi watched his son sleep, and instead of the fear he'd felt earlier when thinking about the events of the day, he was filled with the urge to hunt down that garbage sewer villain and burn him to a crisp. He fell asleep that night with his son in his arms, sleeping soundly as his harmless smoke rose above them and Selton's Jeopardy reruns played on mute on the TV. When Izuku woke up the next morning, he realized he'd been moved to his bed and was covered in his All Might blanket. Apparently his dad had made sure he didn't sleep in his nasty school uniform. There were birds chirping outside his window in the late morning sunlight, and for a moment he panicked, forgetting it was the weekend. He could hear a muffled conversation coming from the kitchen when he finally left his room, and could smell breakfast cooking. Izuku stood behind the wall separating the living room from the kitchen, listening to his dad's conversation. He could barely make out the other speaker. That's awful. I can't imagine any hero here reacting like that. It was a feminine voice, American accent, and vaguely familiar. You have so much faith in us, but I agree. So you can come over tonight and try it. I'll come over tonight and try, if it's okay with Izuku. You know I'm not a professional though, right? Hard to believe you'd trust me with something like this. The voice sounded exasperated. What could this person want to do? Did Dad know about what All Might told him yesterday? Did Dad think something was wrong with him after yesterday? Not really, Hisashi turned around and saw him peeking into the kitchen. He smiled, but it was one of those really tired ones, like he always gave Izuku when he came home from patrol hurt or sad, but didn't want to worry him. Oh, he's awake. Gotta go, see you tonight, he said before hanging up. Hey kiddo, I made omuris. I know it's not your favorite, but we haven't gotten groceries in a while since I've been busy and I'm sorry, but I was thinking we could just stay home today and take it easy. Dad, no, it's okay, it smells really good, Izuku said before frowning. Who were you just talking to? Is something wrong? Oh no, it's just, he put their food on the table and sat down. Something you said when you got home yesterday concerned me. I'm sorry for bringing this up so early, kiddo. Izuku wondered if he had let something slip about All Might or maybe what Kaken had said. You said you could hear the villain talk to you in your head, and that you could still feel him. Yeah. Izuku crossed his arms and looked towards his room, tempted to go get his blanket again. You remember Hall-san from my work? his dad asked. Izuku brightened. Oh yeah, I think I met her once, right? CEO of Hall Hero Support and Agency? I heard she and her brother are geniuses in business and inventing, they even worked with the David Shield. Yeah, that one. Do you remember what her quirk is? Touch telepathy, right? He said, sitting across from Hisashi at the table, starting in on his food. Yeah, she can see into someone's mind through physical contact, but I don't know the full extent of it. All I know is, well, I asked her to see if the villain had left any part of himself in you through the mental part of his quirk. Why, you want her to look into my head? Izuku's voice was small and shaking. Only if you agree to it, okay? She won't see anything you don't want her to, and it won't hurt or anything. I think it will give us both some peace of mind, all right? I invited her over for dinner tonight, and if you don't want to do it, you have my blessing to interrogate her about the company. Hisashi reassured. Okay, I think I'll try it. I mean, what harm could it do? I just don't want to feel the villain anymore, you know? Yeah, I know, Aizu. Izuku wanted again to tell his dad about All Might, how he said that he couldn't be a hero without a quirk and how he could give Izuku his own. He was half sure it was a dream, but no, there was All Might's contact information on his phone under a bunny emoji. Dad? He asked a bit later in the day. The two were sitting across from each other in the living room at the kotatsu table while a nature documentary played on the TV and Hisashi refined some support gear designs and Izuku worked on homework. Yesterday. Remember when I was little, and you were going to do that interview with Endeavor? Oh yeah. I try not to think of it too much. Izuku gave a weak chuckle. I mean, that day I asked you if one day I could save people like you do. You'd said that I didn't need to be a hero to save lives. Like it was out of the question for me to be a professional hero. And yesterday, someone told me that it just wasn't feasible being a hero without a quirk. Oh. Hisashi stared at his son over the table, reeling a little bit, and guilt weighing down on him. I'm so sorry. I said that I just don't want to see you hurt anymore, or injured, or turned down. And I feel like it's my fault. Hisashi's side of the family almost never passed down their quirks. Inko's mother didn't either. But it's your dream, and I am so sorry. I wish it were different. Izuku inhaled sharply. He clenched his hands at his side, and a wave of some kind of nostalgia hit him. That's funny. That's just what Mom said, right after I was diagnosed. I didn't know. Hisashi admitted quietly. I know. I mean, why would you? It was when you were gone. He said, and his father flinched. Izuku didn't mean for it to come out so harsh, but maybe some part of him was a little bitter that he'd left at all. That wasn't what I needed to hear. After yesterday, I've decided I'm going to try to get into UA. To the hero course. I just want to be like you, saving people, not for fame or anything, but just because you can and it's the right thing to do, and to be like All Might, so I can do it with a smile, so the people I save are comforted and reassured. I think if I train, study, maybe I can. You can. Hisashi said firmly. It. Izuku, it's dangerous out there, being a hero, and it's scary and heartbreaking. I don't want that for you. I want you to be safe and happy, but you're so kind and brave, you'd make a perfect hero. Hisashi was tearing up just a little bit, overwhelmed. Pride at his son's convictions and guilt that he'd been the one to discourage him all those years ago. Don't cry, Dad, I'll start crying. Izuku mumbled, already wiping away his own tears. Thank you. I mean it. I'm a hypocrite, really. I can count the number of times on my hand that I've used my quirk offensively in the last month. There are tons of heroes without flashy offensive quirks: Dave Shield, Sir Night Eye, Eraserhead, Ms. Joke, even Siren. I'll support you in this, 100%. Thank you, Izuku says, crying and overcome with relief, just like yesterday, kneeling in the street when his idol giving him the offer of a lifetime. That day, Izuku helped his dad make dinner for their guest, and was actually pretty proud of it. The two of them were close, but being a hero and support designer kept Hisashi pretty busy, but Izuku didn't mind. When they could get time for family days, it always involved trying new recipes from all over the world and recounts of events at the support company and admittedly watered-down tales from working the streets as Solar Flare. Izuku was setting the table when there was a knock on the door, and his dad went to answer it. "Halson, thanks for coming." "It's no problem, Midoriya. Whatever you made smells amazing," Hall said, leaving her shoes by the door. She was dressed only slightly more casually than usual, in a green blouse and long necklace. Izuku remembered her to be a very stoic woman, but her hair had a more natural wave too, and she greeted them with a smile that was rare from what Izuku had heard. "We made American food. A casserole, potatoes and pineapple pudding. Quinn Nasen taught us how." Izuku told her excitedly. "Siren? I didn't know she could do anything remotely domestic. Good on her." Hall comments dryly. Izuku didn't remember Hall being so short, but he chalked that up to being 5 years old the last time they met. "Midoriya-kun, look at you, you're my height now. Won't be long until you've surpassed me now, huh? How are you feeling?" She had a small smile on her face, and a tiredness in her eyes that wasn't physical, had no eye bags, just a small sadness that Izuku was too young to notice before. "Not that great, but better than yesterday," Izuku admitted. "Did your dad explain why he asked me over here?" Hall asked. "Not one to beat around the bush, Hall." Hisashi comments as he hangs up Hall's coat for her. Izuku nodded. "He wants you to check if the villain affected me with the mental part of his quirk." "Yes, are you okay with that?" "Maybe." "Yes, it's fine." "Okay, but after dinner. I haven't had southern food in so long and I'm starved." "So, Hall, what did you think of those mass-producible capture weapon plans I sent you last week?" Hisashi asked his boss. "Interesting, but the idea of every hero using the same weapon will make their moves predictable. The design you sent in would have to be more versatile, to keep an element of surprise." Izuku was hanging on to her every word, and Hisashi sighed, vaguely embarrassed. "We can't all invent Eraserhead's capture gear." "I didn't do that, Met did," she replied. "Did your brother like making gear for heroes?" Izuku asked curiously, and regretted it instantly. He knew the other Hall was a sore spot for his father, despite not knowing him for long, so what made him think it would be okay to bring it up with his sister? Hall smiled though. "Oh, not really. He'd wanted to be a hero when he was younger, especially with a quirk like his. His first love was geology though, but we got the company instead." She explained. "He never told me that. Let me guess, you didn't want the company either." Hisashi chuckles. Hall sighed. "No, not really. I wanted to open my own business, or maybe go study genetics, but I didn't get a chance to choose before our parents made it clear what was expected of us. We both grew to love it though." "Can I ask what his quirk W is?" Izuku asked. "You may. He has telekinesis, and he practiced with it so much he can lift over, 900 pounds? And do very fine, precise things too. It's amazing to watch." Hall explained. When dinner was over, Hall moved her chair around the table and faced Izuku, looking at him intensely. "This isn't going to take long at all. Do you have any questions?" "Why? What exactly is your quirk? Dad just said you were a telepath." Izuku wished briefly that he could take out his notebook, but figured it wouldn't be appropriate here. "I can pick up on people's thoughts and emotions through skin contact. The longer I hold on, the deeper into their mind I can go. Kind of like Kenshin Ajisen can do, right?" Izuku asked, and Hisashi nodded in confirmation as he was cleaning up the table. "He can feel emotions from a distance, also. His is enhanced through contact. If I focus, I can even place my whole consciousness in another person and take over their actions." Hall went on. Hisashi cleared his throat. "Are you sure?" He asked about my quirk. "I'm not going to use it on him without him knowing what I'm capable of." Hall said firmly. "So it's a P-possession quirk?" he asked shakily. A possession quirk was why he was here in the first place, and the idea of someone having that power over him made his skin crawl. "Yes. When I take control of someone else, I have limited awareness of my own body or am completely immobile. If I lose focus, I snap back to my own body, and if I lose awareness of my body I'll go immobile. Like multitasking. But that's not what I'm going to do today, okay?" Izuku inhaled, steeling his nerves. "That's super cool, Halson." Hall chuckled. "I'm glad you think so. Do you trust me?" Yeah. But if there's something you don't want me to see, just imagine it looked behind a door, alright? Okay. Hall took off her fancy black gloves and held her hand out. Izuku placed his hand in hers, and she closed her eyes. Hisashi stood at the other side of the table with his arms crossed, looking like an apprehensive bodyguard. After a moment, Izuku began to feel like someone was watching him, and he wasn't quite alone in his head again. You alright? Hisashi asked. Yeah, it feels weird though. Has she ever used her quirk on you, Dad? Izuku asked. Hisashi chuckled. Yeah. She had to take control of my body once on an undercover operation because she's better at flirting with girls than me. Really? Shoo, don't distract him, it makes this harder. Hall warned them. Hisashi held up his hands, looking sufficiently chastised, and Izuku chuckled. When he closed his eyes, he could remember every detail of the sludge villain attacking. He opened his eyes again and Hall let go of his hand. Well, good news and bad news, Hall said, frowning. I don't like the sound of that, boss. Hisashi said, now standing behind Izuku with a warm hand on his shoulder. I don't mean to be callous, but there's not a good way to say this. I'm not a professional. Say what? Izuku was shaking again. There is psychological damage, but it's not a result of a possession quirk. It may affect your behavior and reactions to certain stimuli or just cause nightmares for I don't know how long. You don't. Did she mean he's never going to feel normal again, like he hadn't had his space, privacy, head invaded? You've experienced something traumatic, from what I can tell. The only advice I can confidently give is to see a real professional, but nothing can fix something like this overnight. Hall had a kind, not pitying look in her bright green eyes. His dad squeezed his shoulder in comfort again. Oh, I can do that. He could do that, right? He knew in his mind there was nothing wrong with seeing a therapist or counselor, but he was still scared. But All Might chose him, didn't he? I mean, I have to take care of myself if I'm going to be a hero and take care of other people. I've been trying to tell some of my employees that for a while. Hall said, giving his dad a sharp look over Izuku's shoulder. If you want to see a counselor, especially if you're going into heroics, you can use any of the ones we have at the company, okay? I'll take care of it. I can't thank you enough, Hall-san. Hisashi says, rubbing a hand down his face tiredly. Yeah, thank you, Hall-san. Izuku echoed. I'm going to go to my room and lie down for a bit, he said, sighing. Have a good night, Hall-san. Once Izuku had shut his door, Hisashi turned to Hall from the sink. I am said. Understandable. Have you given his statement to the police yet? Hall asked. No, but I've arranged to meet up with Tsukachi tomorrow. I want to press charges, maybe have Aizu write a victim statement, but he trailed off. You don't want to push him. Hall finished for him. Exactly. You could bring that up with the counselor. A lot's happened in the last 2 days. For now I think he needs some real rest. And to know that everything's taken care of. You're right. I don't want to overwhelm him either. I mean, Quinn's been blowing up my phone all day asking if he's doing okay. I think her roommate, Arya, is the only thing keeping her and Selton from marching over here. Hisashi says with a weak smile. Hall stood. I should get going then. See you next week. Later that night, Hisashi knocked on Izuku's door and opened it at his invitation. Izuku was curled in a small ball on his bed, wrapped securely in his blanket again, staring at something on his phone. You feeling all right, Aizu? No, but better. I'm glad Hall-san came over though. I guess it's comforting knowing that what I'm feeling is normal, I guess. Izuku pulled the blanket around him tighter. Hisashi wondered how his son was so open with his emotions, and was thankful for it. He never felt like Izuku was hiding anything from him. You know, I promised I wouldn't let anything happen to you, but I've known through my work that things don't always go to plan, even when the person you're protecting is right next to you. And I know I can't hover and isolate you, so, he cleared his throat. Whatever happens to us as family, and as heroes, I'm going to make sure everything is going to be okay. Izuku wiped his eyes with the edge of his blanket. It had only been a day, and Dad was here, supporting his dream, talking about being heroes together, like it was a certainty. Izuku felt like he'd been waiting for this since he was 4 years old. I trust you. Time. Izuku collapsed into the sand in front of an overturned fridge. All Might sat, perched on the top with a stopwatch and a water bottle, which he tossed down into the sand next to him. Never want to do that again. All Might laughed loudly. Soon you'll be up to 3 sets a day. Unless you want to give up. No. I can do it again. Izuku sat up, taking a large gulp of water. He was only on his 2nd week of training and he wasn't going to slack off and have All Might change his mind about him. Lucky for you, there's no need. The sun's going down already. All Might smiled and patted the fridge next to him. Come watch it with me, my boy. Izuku heaved himself into the fridge. The sunset on the beach really was appealing. It'll be a better view once I'm finished here. You've already made a bit of a dent. I don't recommend lying in the sand again though. Who knows what kind of nasty needles could be out here. All Might gave an exaggerated shiver and grinned at him, and Isuzu couldn't help but laugh despite his exhausted state. Not really looking forward to the walk home tonight though, Izuku gasped, checking the time on his phone. Shoot, he's going to be going on patrol soon, he's going to wonder where I am. I could say I was held up, or fell asleep, I can't say I lost track of time again, he'll be even more S's dash. Whoa. Slow down, my boy. I assume your parents are waiting for you at home? All Might said, his voice deep and calming. Oh, sorry for rambling, but yeah. My dad should be going to work soon, and I told him I'd check in with him. Before I go, can I ask you a question? It had been on Izuku's mind for a while, but so many things were slipping his mind with his new sleep, exercise, eating schedule. Of course, anything. All Might said easily. And that was another thing. How kind and encouraging he was and patient with him. He more than lived up to Izuku's expectations. Well, are you sure we can't tell anyone what? No, I mean of course you're sure. What I mean is, can I tell my dad about you training me? I think, well, he has a lot of experience, with this stuff, and I don't like hiding things, especially if he can help. He rambled. Are you sure, my boy? Bringing someone else into the secret of one for all is risky. If you're sure. Well, I'll give it some thought. All Might relented. Great. Thank you, shouldn't you be going home now, my boy? Oh, sure, shoot. Yeah. Hisashi checked his phone and the time for the 3rd time that night, debating whether or not to call Izuku again before he went out on patrol with Siren. Siren herself was decked out in her hero gear, lying on his couch. Where's that precious little gym rat now? She asked, scrolling through goofy videos on her phone. The dull green breathes and fishnet tank top suited her mermaid theme well, and was some of Hisashi's best work. Hisashi snorted. Don't call him that. He said, smiling anyways. I think he goes running on the beach, he's always tracking sand in here, look. He pointed at a little pile of sand where the shoes were by the door. We could go to the clean part of the beach and check, Quinn started, but the door opened suddenly cutting her. I'm sorry I'm late, did I hold you up? I lost track of time. I actually went looking at tide pools and I saw some cool starfish, but I didn't get any pictures. Then I realized the time, Izuku said, waving his hands and kicking off his shoes, flinging sand across the floor. I thought I told you not to climb any rocks by yourself? Hisashi asked with a raised eyebrow and Quinn made a teasing, oh, sound, her mouth in a circle. Oh, troublemaker. I didn't go very high. Sorry. It's alright, just be careful. Are you sure you're okay though, Aizu? Hisashi said, studying his boy's face. Izuku's eyebrows knit together. Yeah, why? You've just been working so hard lately, with your training and, where did you say you got your new training regimen from again? It seemed like the only thing the kid did now was study, eat, train, and sleep. Did he make room for kids' things anymore, besides combing a dangerous beach for tide pools? I didn't. Someone on the Hero Forum sent it to me, Izuku fibbed, smiling nervously. Hisashi was silent for a moment, but then nodded. Alright, we'll make sure you have time to relax while we're out tonight. Arya-san is next door if you need anything tonight, alright? Izuku nodded and Quinn jumped up, ready to go out the door. Yeah, make sure to tell her I love her if you see her, alright? Izuku grinned. I know. She knows. Stay safe. We will. Quinn called out, already out the door. Bye, kiddo, love you. And clean up your sand mess. Geez, kid. Love you too, dad. Izuku said, sending the two underground heroes off into the night. Hisashi caught a glimpse of Izuku's troubled face as he closed the door. 10 minutes later, Solar Flare and Siren stood on the roof of a tall apartment building with roof access, holding binoculars and watching a dapper man with large bat-like ears in an apartment across the street that had its large window curtains open. I cannot believe you're having me tail this CDBC. Solace Flare grumbled. The man wasn't doing anything interesting, and hadn't the last 3 days that Siren had apparently been tailing him. He's not entertaining, but I think he's been in contact with a PMP from a ring I've been looking into for a bit. Quinn said quietly. No one could say she didn't take her job seriously. Disgusting. Why didn't you lead with that? Been thinking. You know Izuku was lying to you, right? Quinn said, sitting on a crate someone had left on the roof. Hisashi sighed and sat next to the ledge. Yeah, I know. I didn't teach him to lie and he's so bad at it. He's awful at it. You should be proud. Quinn chuckled before taking on a sober look again. He reminds me of me right now. Why do you say that? Hisashi asked. I mean driving himself into the ground for his goal. His is a lot healthier than mine though. Quinn sighed. And what's that? You don't seem like you've accomplished your goal yet. Being a hero is just a stepping stone, isn't it? Hisashi asked. He was still watching the suspect thought the binoculars, but stole a glance at his neighbor. You're right as usual. Not that I don't love underground hero work, but it's just a means to an end. I thought I accomplished my goal in the States, but I just caught one cell of a disgusting virus. Quinn's eyes held a darkness she usually hid, but Hisashi knew it well. What do you mean? Quinn pointed down at the suspect who was apparently ordering takeout in his apartment. Scumbags like him. They used and hurt me my whole childhood, and I'm going to make sure they all get what's coming to them. She growled, then glanced at Hisashi. Within the law this time. Mostly. He huffed out a small laugh, unsurprised. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that last part. But Rikun. God, don't, Midoriya. Do I seem like the kind of person who wants pity? Quinn snapped, immediately defensive. Hisashi huffed. Of course not. What I was going to say was that I'm proud of you. Huh. Quinn looked at him blankly. Yeah, I mean, you've obviously come such a long way from where you were, even compared to when we first met. You told me you could never become a hero because of your record, and now here you are, after going to an after-high school hero course, you have friends all over and in the police department. And you're here keeping people safe, and it's not just for your own personal revenge. It is though, Quinn said, frowning. It's not, maybe it was at first. But I know how protective you are of Arya-san and Selton. And Aizu. I guess you're right. I don't want the people who got their nasty claws into Arya and me, and even Selton by extension to go after you, or your boy, or Emery, or Mike, or Captain J, or Naomasa, or Shota and Hisashi, and their boy. Quinn grinned, listing off her friends on her hands. Oh, aren't you a social butterfly? Hisashi remarked, and Quinn laughed, both thankful for the lighter change in subject. More so than you, obviously. When was the last time you visited our buds down at the station? Oh so mysterious Solar Flare just captures his villains and runs off before the police show. Avoiding someone? Quinn teased, leaning forward. At Hisashi's slightly flustered headshake, Quinn pressed. Oh, you are, aren't you? Who? No one. I'm not seeing anyone. Oh, I didn't say anything about seeing anyone, but now that you mention it, could it be sweet fluffy Sansa? Or Naomasa? No, he would have told Emery and she would have told me. Could it be Captain Cassidy? No, Hisashi said firmly, pointedly looking through the binoculars again. Quinn gasped. No way. You're with Jay, Michael's dad? No, I'm not, as I just said. Aha. At least not anymore. Hence, the avoidance. If I see him or Robinson, the younger Cassidy isn't far behind, and I think he's set at me. Hisashi groaned. Michael isn't mad at you. Didn't you hang out that day with the sludge guy? Oh my god, Midoriya, no. Did he find out you slept with his dad? Quinn asked, a hand over her mouth. Hisashi nodded, burying his face in his hands. I guess Tsukachi-san found out as he does and told Robinson, who told him. He expressed his disgust over text last week. Quinn threw back her head and gave a belly laugh. You disaster man. I bet he's not mad at you. I'll make sure for you, okay? Then we can all hang out next week, go see that movie Izuku wanted to see. Hisashi nodded, relieved his misfortune had put his friend in better spirits, before looking back over the edge of the building. Hey, our man's on the move. Finally. Quinn was already up and moving to scale down the side of the building to follow the suspect at ground level, and Hisashi wasn't far behind. Hisashi wished Hall would set him patrols around the coast more often. It was only a short walk from his home, but the wind and sea air was relaxing, until he got to that stretch of Dagoba Beach with all the trash. Hisashi guessed Hall wanted him to stop citizens from illegally dumping their trash where all of the trash usually washed up. Hisashi pulled his hood over his head and fixed his mouth guard mask to stay covering his nose to protect his nose from the smell. Hisashi was just hoping not to find anyone doing any illegal dumping or using the mountains of trash as a private place to commit even worse crimes when he heard voices from over the mounds of garbage. Hisashi silently climbed closer to the voices, and froze when he could hear them clearly. He definitely knew one of them. The other was older, deeper, and was vaguely familiar. Oh my gosh. That took a lot out of me. I'm sorry it took so long, way past the time I was supposed to be home. It's no problem for me, my boy, as long as you get home safely. You've improved greatly, but there are a lot of dangerous people out there. The man said, and Hisashi felt suddenly anxious, thinking about the people he and Quinn were hunting down. Who was this strange man, and what was he teaching his son? Hisashi climbed to the top of a garbage mound, and saw them. It was Izuku, of course, looking exhausted and covered in dirt and sand, and a very tall, sickly-looking man in a long coat standing beside him. The man looked up at Hisashi as soon as he'd stood up above them, eyes widening. What are you two doing in a place like this so late? Hisashi asked sharply. His voice slightly distorted due to his mask, giving him an intimidation factor that he liked, even if Izuku turned and jumped at the sound, a terrified look on his face. Solar flare, the man said quietly, and Hisashi raised an eyebrow. If this man was some type of villain, is he with Izuku to get at him? Hisashi decided to hold on to that thought for later. You know of me? Surprising. Answer the question. The man looked vaguely affronted at being suddenly interrogated. Not really, well, we were just cleaning the beach. Aha. Hisashi looked to Izuku, who nodded rapidly in confirmation. Hisashi turned back to the strange man. Is this your son? Who are you to him? No, my student. We're doing strength training by cleaning the trash. The man said simply, dark eyes narrow and apprehensive. Well, that explains some things, like him always coming home covered in sand, and that new training regimen. Hisashi thought, before turning his gaze back to Izuku and jumping down in the sand in front of him, causing him to stumble backwards, startled. Do your parents know you're out here this late? Hisashi asked, not wanting the strange man to know of his and Izuku's relation, yet. If the tall blonde man was a villain and didn't know of any of Solar Flare's attachments, the better. Izuku cringed at his question, knowing he was supposed to have been home before Hisashi left for patrol, hours ago. No, Solar Flare-san. You should get going home then, Hisashi said, leaving no room for argument. Izuku looked rapidly between his apparent teacher and father before nodding hesitantly and walking briskly down the beach towards the street. When the two were alone, Yagi suddenly wished he'd had this encounter in his muscle form, how much easier it would be to explain, and he could speak with Solar Flare like they used to. Solar Flare was looking him up and down suspiciously, and Yagi could feel himself flushing. He wondered again what had gotten Solar Flare so defensive. Yagi had never seen him like this before, but of course that wasn't saying much. They'd only met a handful of times. Who are you? A personal trainer? How do you know of me? Hisashi shot his questions rapidly. No, not really, Yagi. My name is Yagi, and I'm just a secretary. A secretary? Doing strength training? Hisashi folded his arms, no longer in a fighting stance, but still obviously defensive. Yes, I am All Might's secretary. I know a thing or two about heroes and training and you, of course. Yagi explained. Me? Through All Might, of course. Hia mentioned you. Yagi said hurriedly, internally face-palming. Hisashi scratched his neck uncomfortably at the mention of All Might and huffed. Did he now? That's besides the point. This speech is dangerous, and you're out here training a kid you're not related to, in a place where criminals are known to hide and do things away from prying eyes. Yagi straightened out to his full impressive height. I assure you I have no villainous intentions towards young Midoriya. I assume you know him? It sure would explain the third degree. Something like that. Then you should know he's a very smart young man, and knows how to defend himself, and is not naive. We really are just cleaning the beach. Yagi pointed towards the parking lot where there was truck filled with trash. You're right, Yagi-san. Hisashi said reluctantly, I'm sorry to disturb your evening, but I should be continuing my patrol. Give All Might my best. He ground out, before quickly leaving the beach on the same path as Izuku. Yagi sighed, wondering what had just happened, alone on the beach again. His phone went off his pocket, a text from young Midoriya. From Midoriya. Sorry. My dad's kinda protective, and I forgot to check in with him today. Sorry if he interrogated you. I didn't say anything about you training me yet without your permission. Yagi gave a startled laugh at the message. It was just his luck his mentee was Solar Flare's son, but it made sense. The curly hair, the brains, the heroic instinct. A lot of things made sense, and Yagi was caught up, just for a moment in the excitement of being able to speak with Solar Flare again, before remembering that Solar Flare doesn't know him, not really, and definitely not in this form. And he couldn't know him, not as both Toshinori and as All Might, and definitely not of One for All. He couldn't, it was selfish. Telling him would put him in danger. He couldn't risk Midoriya's father's life because of his personal feelings. Yagi sent a reassuring text to young Midoriya before sighing, readying himself to take his truck full of trash to be dumped. Izuku was about halfway home and had just finished sending off his text to All Might when he felt a firm hand on his shoulder, nearly jumping out of his skin again. OF-. Oh my god, that. How do you move so quietly? Can you teach me that? Do you use stealth like that on your patrols a lot? Izuku asked, sweating, smiling anxiously. Izuku, Hisashi said in that one tone of voice, very stressed and disappointed. Izuku didn't hear it that often. He thought he was a pretty good kid. But when he did hear it, it made him all twisted up inside. Yeah. Hisashi sighed, walking down the street again, still holding Izuku's shoulder. Don't play dumb with me. What were you thinking? Well, he offered to train me to get into you. He has connections because he works for All Might and you believed him just like that? You're smarter than that, Izuku. How long have you been meeting with him? Izuku wrung his hands together, but didn't want to lie. A little over a month? Just after the muck incident. A month? Are you serious? Hisashi looked up at the tall dark buildings, and the stars starting to peek out from behind the clouds despite the streetlights and inhaled through his nose. Being reckless and running in to save your friend is one thing, but... I was going to tell you, I swear, but... No, buts, and don't interrupt me. Izuku clamped his mouth shut, and Hisashi shook his head. He wasn't the type to yell. Frankly, Izuku had never acted out this bad before. Hisashi didn't quite know where to start. You're meeting with a man you don't really know daily, for free training in a secluded area? Do you understand how dangerous that is? How many times he could have taken advantage of you and I wouldn't even know. Hisashi's breath caught just thinking about it. Why didn't you tell me? Did he tell you not to? Izuku thought carefully for a moment about what to say. It was true that All Might had asked him not to tell anyone, but not for the reasons Dad suspected. All Might had said he was considering letting him tell his dad, and maybe bringing in to help train him, but hadn't given an answer yet. No, he didn't say anything like that. I just didn't want to worry you with my training. You've been so busy with all your support work, and I know that case you took on with Quinn Nason has been stressing you out. And I know you're submitting your designs to be shown at the I-Island Expo and you've been working hard at it. Hisashi stopped outside their apartment building, pushing his mouth guard down. Izuku was right. He had been overworked lately, and it was probably why he hadn't noticed Izuku's odd behavior earlier. The case I've been working on with Reed, it's dangerous. I mean, a lot of my work is dangerous, but these people prey on young, defenseless kids and young women and take them away and use them. It's personal too. They hurt Reed and Kaju and even Yilmaz, and I know he taught you self-defense, but they're right in our backyard, basically. They're SEC traffickers, aren't they? Izuku cuts in, putting the pieces together, eyes widening in shock and fear. God, I shouldn't be telling you this stuff, it's not my place, and not something you should be worrying about. But that doesn't mean you can be irresponsible either. Quinn's past was her business alone, and Hisashi doubted she would want Izuku to know about it. Oh, I'm sorry for worrying you. Izuku walked into the lobby and mail area and glanced up towards the stairs. I can't imagine anyone wanting to hurt them. But Sensei isn't like that, Dad, I promise. He hasn't acted weird or inappropriate at all. I may, have told him I had permission to be out. He looked at the ground, praying to whatever god may be listening that his dad wouldn't put a stop to his training. Really, Izuku? Hisashi groaned, starting up the stairs. I know, I'm sorry, he said, following after him. You obviously didn't know, but you will be sorry. Hisashi said cryptically, unlocking the apartment door. What does that mean? It means you're grounded. No computer, besides for homework, no TV, no visiting the neighbors, no going out besides for training and school. Wait, does that mean I can keep training with Sensei? Izuku brightened considerably. Sure, as long as I meet him. We'll invite him out to a public place and actually get to know him before you continue, all right? Hisashi relented. They were about to go inside when the door next door opened a crack and Arya Kaju exited in her green work uniform, ready to take care of her exotic plants. She smiled when she saw her friends. Ah, the Midoriyas. You shouldn't be done with your patrol yet, yeah? Did something happen? Just caught this troublemaker out past curfew and making poor decisions. Hisashi laid his hand on Izuku's head, who looked at the ground guiltily. He's grounded for a month. Kaju crossed her arms and looked at him with disappointment on her small pale face. I didn't expect that of you, Aizu. Weren't you planning a camping trip with the Bakugos? I don't think I'll be missing out on much. Izuku mumbled. Hey, be nice. Hisashi astonished. Like Kaken is nice to me? Kaju giggled. He has a point, Katsuki is kind of a piece of work. Izuku smiled and held out his arms. Can I have a hug before I'm banished to the dungeon forever? He asked, putting his baby face to work, and Kaju melted as usual. Hisashi mumbled something about his son's dramatics. Oh, of course, but I'm still disappointed in you. You have to stay safe for your dad and us, okay? She said, and Izuku nodded into her shoulder. I'm sorry. Hisashi knew Izuku was thinking about what Hisashi had told him earlier. That night, Izuku finished his homework and lied on his bed, staring at the ceiling for a moment before he checked his phone. One new message. From him. It's okay, young man. I'm sorry I didn't give you permission to tell him earlier. I was actually very pleased to meet up with him after so many years. Izuku stared at his phone blankly for a moment. There was no way All Might had remembered his dad after meeting him once and having a short exchange that included a photograph and autograph. I remember, he said he met you when he was Endeavor's sidekick. From him. Yes, and the couple times that we got dinner afterwards. Did he not tell you? Oh no. I'm a horrible son. Why did Izuku not believe him? He stared up at the ceiling, wishing his dad was done with his patrol already so he could run out and apologize again and also interrogate him about dates that happened almost 10 years ago. He did this until his phone pinged again. From him. It's okay if he didn't, it was a long time ago, and we don't know each other by our civilian names. I probably shouldn't be bringing it up you with anyways. Izuku squinted at the screen trying to decipher whatever tone his mentor was using to talk about his dad. He did tell me actually. Anyways, he wants to meet up with you to go over my training, out of costume, whenever you're available. I was thinking this cafe by my school, Kitties? He didn't exactly want to admit he didn't believe his dad. From him. I'd love to. Not just for your training, but it'd be great to get to know him again. I'll let you know when I talk to my actual secretary. A thought occurred to Izuku and he ran from his room to the guest room that was made into his father's office and workshop. He rifled through his dad's desk drawers, stopping momentarily to marvel at his latest costume designs, but eventually found it. It was framed but not on display, sitting at the bottom of Hisashi's desk drawer. That one photo from years ago, Izuku must have been, 4 or 5. Not too long after the accident. But there was his dad as Solar Flare, with mask and hood on, and mouth guard around his neck, grinning anxiously at the camera, doing that sparkling thing his freckles do in the sunlight, while All Might has his arm around his dad's shoulder, leaning down to be in the frame, but he wasn't looking at the camera, but at Solar Flare, with a very soft look on his hard face. Oh my god. Is All Might in love with my dad? Hisashi showed up to Kitty's cafe disappointingly, not a cat cafe, about an hour early, well before Izuku was done with school. He resisted the urge to sit in the corner away from prying eyes, realizing Yagi probably wouldn't be able to find him if he sat in that weird corner with the bench tucked away from the rest of the cafe, and instead sat in a more obvious area near a window, facing the door. The night before he'd done some research on Yagi, with very little results, besides that he'd attended UA and that he was, in fact, All Might's secretary, and all-important All Might-related business went through him before even reaching the big man's ears. It was slightly comforting knowing that Yagi wasn't lying about his identity, but Hisashi still wondered how Izuku had caught Yagi's eye. Hisashi was 30 minutes into making some rough drafts of an update for another Underground Heroes costume when Yagi walked through the door, wearing a coat and t-shirt that seemed to be much too big on him. Hisashi waved him over to the table and Yagi looked over and gave a pleasant smile, sitting across from him, apparently immediately recognizing his features from the beach with sharp eyes. You must be Midoriya-san. Yagi said. Yes, surprised. Hisashi asked. Not particularly. I had my suspicions but your boy let me know why I was being put on the spot pretty quickly. That was just like his son, looking out for others. Hisashi glanced away, unable to hide his embarrassment for a moment. Yeah, I'm sorry about the other day. My work may make me a bit paranoid, but seeing him out there with some stranger, no offense. Yagi chuckled. None taken, Midoriya-san, I understand. I know firsthand how trying hero work can be. His sunken eyes took on a more somber feeling. Speaking of hero work, what made All Might's secretary decide to train a quirkless middle schooler to get into a hero course? He's already taken basic self-defense from a friend, but I know most people wouldn't give him such an opportunity. Hisashi was supportive of Izuku's goals, of course, but knew what kind of world they lived in. Well, still not beating around the bush, are you? Yagi thought back to their last date, just before he faced off against All for One. It was Solar Flare's directness he'd been seeking out. I was standing by when he rushed in to save his classmate from the villain, Muck. It was incredibly foolish and short-sighted, but he told me his legs moved before he could think when he saw someone who needed help. He very much reminds me of myself. I'm quirkless myself, so I thought. Yagi trailed off for just a moment, distracted. He took a second to see Solar Flare's expression. Intense and attentive, and marveled that he could see his eyes for the first time, and they were unsurprisingly very kind, surrounded by freckles and smile lines. You thought? Hisashi prompted. Yagi cleared his throat in embarrassment, triggering a fit of coughing. He held his handkerchief to his mouth and waved off Hisashi's noise of concern. I was short, no blood, this time. Excuse me. I was saying, I thought since I have an opportunity to offer, I should offer it, one that I was denied. Yagi hated that he had to lie. The elder Midoriya deserved to know, and Yagi wanted so badly to be open with him. Hisashi took a moment to digest Yagi's words. Thank you, Yagi-san. That's, comforting to hear. My Izuku has always been a hard worker, but he seems to be genuinely excited about the work he's doing with you. I'm glad to hear it. I've met very few children as driven as him. Truthfully, Yagi was anxious to begin his teaching career at UA, but young Midoriya seemed to be doing well. Maybe teaching was something he could do. Yes, well, speak of the devil. Hisashi smiled as a harried Izuku entered the cafe and spotted them, walking quickly over to the table. Wow, you guys are already here. Early. I got out a bit early because there was a test and I finished early. Izuku was bouncing with nervous energy as he set his backpack down next to his father. Good afternoon, sensei. Afternoon, my boy. I trust you did well in school? Yagi asked, easily genuine interest coloring his voice. Oh yeah. I even ate all my lunch to keep up with the diet, but now I'm hungry again. Izuku replied. Hisashi handed Izuku some cash to get a snack as well as himself and Yagi some drinks. When Izuku sat down next to his father, Yagi almost laughed aloud seeing them together. Hisashi being so collected, and Izuku being an anxious bundle of nerves, but also so alike, the longer Yagi thought about it. Thank you, young Midoriya. You're welcome, sensei. Did you guys talk about my training yet? Izuku asked, munching on a coffee cake. Somewhat, kiddo. I think you should keep going with your training with Yagi-san. Hisashi said with a small smile. Really? Yeah, but you're still grounded for keeping secrets, Hisashi started, and Yagi shot Izuku an apologetic look. And I have to attend some of your training sessions. I've got to approve of your training regimen and I'm sure I can contribute here or there. Hisashi explained as Izuku nodded rapidly. Hisashi turned to Yagi. Will that work for you, Yagi-san? I believe it will. I think your input will be very valuable. I can't wait to begin. Yagi grinned. Hisashi began going to Izuku's training sessions at the beach at least twice a week. He found that Yagi was a very patient and very strict instructor, but not uncaring or unreasonable. He always made sure Izuku was fed as well as hydrated, and was pleased to know that Yagi's training wasn't 100% beach cleaning. There was also elements of stamina training as well as more in-depth self-defense than what Izuku had already learned from Sultan's classes he had taken when he was younger. Hisashi had just finished correcting Izuku's forms when he walked back to the overturned washer the two were using as a bench, a large smile on his face. He sat next to Yagi and emptied the sand from his athletic shoes. Talking with him about heroes and quirks is one thing, but training him is so much more exciting, especially now that he has connections and a chance at UA. I wish I had a trainer like you when I was training for entrance exams. Hisashi told him. Yagi smiles from his spot in the shade. Oh, you don't have to say that, Midoriya-san. I've never done this before actually. You can say my plan is kind of a rush job. What hero school did you go to, if I may ask? Shiketsu, and I didn't even break the top 20 in the entrance exams. I didn't have the control or reach with my quirk yet at that point, so it was a lot of setting my obstacles on fire and hoping for the best. I don't. Hisashi watched Izuku go through his forms for a moment. Yagi prompted. The sun was starting to set on them. Well, I doubt UA will have hand-to-hand combat as their entrance exam, and I'm wondering how he can compete with people with offensive quirks in a test with large obstacles. He may need to fight with a weapon, probably something light and versatile, a WHP maybe. Yagi chuckled lightly. Well, then it's a good thing he has connections to such a talented support designer. Oh, thank you. Hisashi had forgotten Hall sometimes provided support equipment to All Might's agency. That must be how Yagi knew of his designs. It's getting late, isn't it? I should fix Aizu something for dinner soon. Izuku apparently caught the tail end of their conversation, as he dragged his feet over to the two on the washer. Did you say food? Yeah, kiddo. If Yagi says you're done for the day, we can go home and make something. Hisashi said. You've done more than enough for today, young Midoriya. Good job. Izuku flushed at the praise. You can come along too, Yagi-san. We'd be happy to have you. For dinner if you'd like. Hisashi stuttered. Izuku's smile dropped at the prospect of All Might seeing his room, the All Might door sign, the ridiculous amount of All Might merchandise that tended to spill into other parts of the house. No. Are you sure? I didn't do the dishes like you'd asked and, Hisashi shot his son a mystified and slightly miffed look. Don't be rude, Izuku, we can have Yagi-san over. I'm pretty sure you did your chores, Hisashi said, now doubting his own memory. Yagi looked between them, unsure. I couldn't impose, I have some dietary restrictions due to an old injury, he admitted. Hisashi shrugged. I'm sure we could find something for you. Selton just recently helped us with grocery shopping, so we have all kinds of stuff, and if all else fails, we can order takeout. He said pleasantly, his face hopeful. Yagi was starting to discover that he was almost unable to resist either of the Midoriyas when they looked at him like that. That sounds great, Midoriya-san. Between the three of them, they were able to come up with a simple and healthy meal for all three of them to eat, with the addition of Izuku eating his own second serving of everything so he could meet his calorie count for the day. Now that Izuku wasn't training, he could watch his idol and his father interact more closely, and realized how easily they communicated. Yagi had insisted on helping out, apparently feeling guilty that they had to work out a different meal than they had planned, and Hisashi had only smiled and directed Yagi to where they kept their pots, pans, and different ingredients. It only took a moment, and they interacted so easily, some real communication. Izuku wondered if talking to people like this was something that came with age, or maybe with heroics. Spacing off, young Midoriya? You must be tired. Yagi looked over his shoulder at Izuku, who had been setting the table. The adults were just finishing up cooking and talking in low voices about having nosy friends. I swear, she or Selton will hear me. They're going to come out of the woodwork just to make you uncomfortable. It's how they welcome new people, I think. My friend here knows everybody's business, but it's not his fault, it's his quirk. That doesn't mean he doesn't use it to his advantage though. Oh, sorry. I am tired, but it's okay. I'll probably go to bed early tonight. Izuku trailed off, watching as Yagi moved very lightly on his feet around Hisashi, bringing a dish to the table, how his father stepped deftly out of the way with barely a glance. He wondered how much the two of them talked and worked together during training. That's fine, kiddo. Very responsible. Hisashi commented as the three of them sat and began dinner, and it was quiet at first, before Yagi asked Hisashi about his daytime job. Something Hisashi could talk about for hours if left unchecked, which Yagi already knew. Hall didn't like that design for a hero who was so outgoing. Apparently my skill doesn't lie in things that are marketable to younger kids. Not that I think that sort of thing is overly important, but she called me an emo because of all the neutral colors I use, whatever that means. It's just more practical, right, Aizu? Yeah. That just means you found your niche to me. That's not a bad thing. Yagi commented. What do you think about underground hero work, young Midoriya? Well, I think they're super cool, of course. I knew there are parts of it that are more dangerous than what public heroes face, since they rarely work in teams and do longer operations. Like Dad and Siren and Eraserhead, right? I haven't met him, but I keep hearing about him and that he's really good. I have been hearing that too. I don't think I'd want to do that kind of work though. I like the idea of being a public hero, so when I show up, people know what to expect. No offense, Dad, but your costume is kinda scary. Hisashi chuckled. That's the idea. Izuku did in fact go to bed early that night. Yagi hadn't left yet when Izuku had disappeared into his room. When Hisashi walked Yagi to the door, he chuckled uncomfortably, face pink. I'm sorry for keeping you so late with my rambling. I know you're very busy. Yagi shook his head. Not at all, I enjoyed it. You're very passionate, not just about your work. He cut himself off as the sound of heavy footsteps came up the stairs and into the hallway. It was Quinn Reed as Hisashi expected. She was pushing her wild ginger afro out of her face and had a bruise on her cheek, but she smiled and raised an eyebrow upon seeing them anyways. Midoriya, I could sense you were up to no good. It's been so long since you brought such a handsome guy home. It's not like Yagi coughed with the force of his shock from the comment. He covers his mouth, but the two heroes were able to catch sight of blood dripping from his hand. Quinn said, coming closer, face unsure. Sheet, Yagi-san, do you need to sit down, or? Hisashi comes closer and gently takes Yagi's elbow. Yagi leaned his weight into him slightly, fishing in his pocket for his stained handkerchief. I'm okay, it's okay, he mumbles. Like hell, you should be in a hospital. Quinn already has her phone out, readying herself to call someone, maybe Michael. No, this is normal. Normal? Hisashi asked incredulously. Normal for me? Yagi stared down at the hand holding the bloodied handkerchief. He was surprised he hadn't had a violent coughing fit in front of Hisashi before now. It's due to an old injury, nothing to be done. I'm afraid I didn't catch your name, miss. He looked back up, eager to change the subject. Quinn Reed, hero name is Siren. She said with a polite bow and her mischievous grin. Oh, I see. You're the neighbor Midoriya-san warned me about. Yagi grins right back and Quinn gives her friend a mock-offended look. Warned? I see how it is. You don't want me to be friends with your date, is that it? You think I'm gonna scare him, I bet. You're correct. You already have. Hisashi grumbled. This is Izuku's trainer, or tutor you could say. And a friend. That's it. Toshinori Yagi. Midoriya-san didn't just warn me about you, he called you one of his closest friends and a talented hero. Yagi had a wide smile, but tugged at his bangs in a self-conscious way. Did he? Thanks, boo, but I really should be getting in to clean up soon. I hope you stick around, Mr. Yagi. I'm sure the rest of our squad would love to meet you. After Yagi bid them a warm farewell, Quinn gave Hisashi a knowing look. Just Izuku's trainer, my butt. You don't invite just anyone into your house, and he is a very tall drink of water. Hisashi groaned. Don't be like that. Sure, we've been talking during Aiza's training, and he's very kind and funny, and has really nice cheekbones and hands. Hisashi shook his head and Quinn laughed at his reddening face. Aiza's the only man I need in my life, alright? Anyways, are we doing that stakeout tomorrow night, or what? Quinn sobered immediately. No, I found a new lead tonight, and I'm going to check it out with a not-so-legal friend. Hisashi knew Siren often worked with various vigilantes on the down low, something not uncommon for underground heroes. Hisashi did so himself occasionally, often covering for them once the police got involved, so long as the vigilante in question didn't do anything stupid and endanger anyone. Instead, I told Emery that she gets to work with you for the night. Roberts? I didn't agree to that. Robinson, and you'll go because you have been avoiding the police more than some vigilantes I know. And she wants your opinion on a case. And as a favor to me because I really like her and I want you to like her. Quinn was smug, as she already knew Hisashi wouldn't say no. I already like her, she's a sweet kid. He remembered the time she had burst into his house asking for help tracking down a doctor and criminal organization, now realizing she and Quinn were more alike than he first thought. I'll do it though. Thanks, Mr. Solar Flare. You won't regret it. I'm already regretting this. Solar Flare groaned. He'd barely showed up at the police station to talk about the case Emery needed help on when she was called in to help with a hostage situation. It was nearing darkness, the sun was still barely shining, and Hisashi stood outside of a convenience store, assisting now Detective Robinson. She had a name tag along with her badge that Hisashi felt guilty for looking at with wrapping up the crime scene. Where's Siren when you need her? Emery chuckled. Heck if I know. She said she had something important to take care of. The detective stretched, as Hisashi noticed she often did when coming out of an animal transformation. It was something bizarre to watch. The other officer in charge had instructed Robinson to sneak into the store through an open window, as a small garden snake. Hisashi hadn't seen many transformation quirks that could compress someone's size so completely. And to think Robinson's main use for her quirk was to change her hair color. So you used your quirk to apprehend a criminal. Isn't that illegal? Hisashi asked, but he already knew the answer. Emery gave him a sly grin. Not if you have at least a provisional hero license. I just got my full one last week. The captain said my quirk was too useful not to use on the force, and I think I'm the only one at the station who's also technically a hero. Congrats, kid. Did you choose a hero name? He watched as an officer pushed the disgruntled would-be robber into a police car. Yeah, Changeling. I'm not really gonna use it though, I love being on the force too much. She said. Hey, don't get me off track. I asked for you to help me tonight for a reason and now we don't have as much time. Let's just start with the basics, detective. Well, to put it simply, I have a vigilante problem. She said, gesturing for him to join her next to her police cruiser. It's a silly story, honestly. I was tracking down a suspect last year, and right before I got to him, she swoops in and claimed the bounty on him. Only a week later, she makes this big scene trying to catch another bounty, but ends up bringing down a small building with her quirk. That's how she became known as a vigilante to us, but according to some sources she's been stopping street crime in rough neighborhoods for a while. Lately she's taken to tying up criminals and dropping them in front of the station like she thinks she's Batman. Hisashi chuckled, but stopped when the detective gave him a put-upon look. "Why did you take this case, Robinson?" She huffed. "Captain, Jay said I needed something to take my mind off of my other project. And well," she hesitated, cheeks and tips of her hair pinkening. "I guess she just gets on my nerves. Don't get me wrong, I understand the motivations behind vigilantism, but White can be real rude and nasty." Hisashi laughed at her outright. "I guess she's not much of a team player, no wonder I've never heard of her before now. What's her name?" "She goes by Catastrophic, I believe, but I think she changes it up sometimes. I hear her first name is Alexandra, or something along those lines," Robinson said, a small proud smile on her face. Hisashi had to admit, it was more information than he had on any vigilante he worked with, or took down. What if Hisashi was cut off by a rumbling that he heard a few blocks over that he could feel in his feet. "Is that a—" Detective Robinson's face took on a stern expression. "Can you handle that?" "I told Sansa I wouldn't run off again," Robinson said, sounding disappointed. Hisashi nodded and followed the sound to a public park with low stone walls lining the walkways and small decorative fountains. Hiding behind a tree, Hisashi tried to make as little noise as possible. There were two figures arguing loudly besides the remains of what used to be a wall and a fountain. "Look at that sheet, Alex. And you get on me about not having control," the figure with dark hair and a dark coat said. His voice sounded familiar to Hisashi, but he couldn't place it. "Oh, Dabi. You're pissing me off, I was just trying to help," the slightly smaller figure said. From where Hisashi could see from his distance, she seemed to be of Latina descent and had long wavy hair pulled up into a ponytail, and her own dark red jacket. "Yeah, you're just going to get the FING heroes on our butt again. It's like you're seeking them out. You want me to get caught, don't you?" The male, Dabi apparently, said, backing up. "Don't be paranoid. You haven't done anything wrong." Alex hissed. "Like hell I haven't. Why you even here, anyways? You have your own place now, you've got all your stuff. I don't need you to look after me." Sounds like a lover's spat, Hisashi thought to himself. The two were yelling again. At this point, Hisashi wouldn't be surprised if anyone who lived nearby reported a domestic disturbance. "I am here because I care a whole. Your buddy told me you were using again, and that you were going on and on about that Kaizong guy again. You know he's a psychopath, right?" She was yelling, and the ground shook slightly. "Oh, off and don't lecture me about morals. If he does what he said, we won't even need people to be vigilantes, or you breathing down my neck about my effing decisions, White. You'll get yourself killed." "Who cares? I'm already dead," Dabi said, taking a step forward. Hisashi decided to make himself known in case things got violent. He stepped out from behind the tree and walked closer to the two slowly. "Everything all right over here, kids?" The two snapped their necks to look at them so quick, Hisashi thought he could hear one of them crack. Hisashi could see the young man's face more clearly now, and the dark, badly healing burns under his eyes, and even taking up most of his jaw and neck. His eyes were wide and blue, while the Alex's were narrow and dark. "We're fine. This," she gestured vaguely to the destroyed fountain, "wasn't me," she said sharply. Dabi rolled his eyes. "I told you the heroes would be here, I'm leaving." "No you're not. You deal with him with me," Alex hissed, and Hisashi was instantly on edge. "Hey, there's no need to deal with anyone, all right? Let's say I believe you, that you didn't destroy public property, or it was just a quirk accident. The fact is, there was just a robbery that almost went very wrong down the street, just under an hour ago, and the people who live around here are probably anxious. I'm just asking that you take your conversation indoors, all right? No need for violence." Hisashi took off his hood and mouth guard, hopefully looking less threatening. Dabi seemed taken aback and Alex scoffed. No need for violence? You're funny, hero. Do you know who I am? Her voice was raising, and Dabi looked anxious instead of angry now. No, I'm just out here looking for the vigilante catastrophic, but I don't have a description of her. Have you seen her? Hisashi said, mock casually. So arrogant. No, I haven't. Like I'd tell some dumbass hero, who are you supposed to be anyways? Hisashi was about to open his mouth when Dabi sighed. He's Solar Flare, one of the good ones, I told you. Alex glared at Dabi. There are no good ones, I thought you knew that. Well, he's offering to let us walk off, all right? Let's just go. Dabi hissed, and Alex huffed and walked off, farther into the park. Dabi huffed. I haven't seen Catastrophic either. Thanks for, well, not being too hard on us. We fight a lot, it's why we're not together anymore. I shouldn't tell you this. Dabi had the look of a confused child, and it felt so familiar to Hisashi. You're okay, kid. It's understandable that she'd want to make sure you're safe. You just don't give her a reason to come check on you, all right? Take care of yourself. Hisashi said. Yeah, you're right. Later, Solar Flare. Dabi then turns and leaves in the opposite direction as Alex. When Hisashi got back to the crime scene, Robinson was just finishing up talking with Sansa. You're going to be real upset. With me. What happened down there? We could hear the shouting from here. I was going to send Robinson to assist you. Sansa said. Just a domestic spat, and some accidental quirk usage, but I think the woman was your catastrophic vigilante. I had to let her go, as they explained the rumbling off as lack of quirk control. But I found out the woman's name is Alex White. She seems to be Latina and has long brown hair and eyes. She seems to be trying to keep her ex, a younger man named Dabi, out of trouble, but you could hear how well that was going. Robinson's face brightened. That's all right. That information is so helpful, actually. We don't have as much evidence as I want to make a solid arrest anyway, thank you. Hisashi chuckled uncomfortably. You're welcome. I was just more interested in defusing those two than making any arrests. Let's head back to the station, Solar Flare. You two can go over the rest of your evidence there. Sansa looked ready to hand Robinson off to him, as she seemed to have gotten a second wind in her excitement to catch White, her hair turning neon green as she grinned. 2 months later, Hisashi was pulling a longer than usual patrol and hated it. He wondered why he was dipping his toes into so many different projects when it was starting to mentally and physically drain him. He was so close to finishing the exposition portfolio. Siren was getting closer and closer to finishing up removing a whole trafficking ring from the streets, going over the details, and capturing operatives with Hisashi nearly every night. He was making time to gather information with Robinson from and about the vigilantes, even made time to accompany Izuku and Yagi for training twice a week. But there was something good that came from all of that eased his mind. His phone pinged. Hisashi made sure no one was around, and opened his phone. One new message from Yagi. Just walked your boy home from training. He did great. Stay safe out there. He grinned under his mouth guard. Why did Yagi have to be like that? So considerate? And add a cute smiling face? Was he trying to make Hisashi fall for him? Michael would tell him that's something he did way too easily, and Hisashi was inclined to agree. He was too busy these days for a relationship anyways. He shot a quick thank you reply to Yagi, resisting the urge to put in his own smiley face. He had a reputation to keep up, he told himself. Walking down to an even less populated part of the street, Hisashi heard the voice of a young man, seemingly crying. Hisashi jogs closer. Hey kid, are you alright? No, that Dmed hand man. Thinks he owns everything his dimmin' games. NG mind games. The boy was hiding his face in his hands and leaning against the mouth of an alley. He had blonde hair with black roots showing through, wild, with two sticking up almost like devil horns. I'm just doing what he asked. He didn't have to kick me out, I don't care nowhere to go. Hisashi stepped closer tentatively. You were kicked out? I can help you find a place to stay, alright? Are you hurt? The boy looked up, face watery. His eyes were brown, but could be mistaken for red. Oh, you're a hero. My luck's turned, huh? Hisashi felt a brief fog fall over his mind, and he stood still. He could see, barely, the young man lash out with a fist and hit in the chest, sending him flying down the alley. Why am I always in alleys with super strength? He thought, wheezing, head even foggier now as the young man walked towards him leisurely, wiping his eyes. What did you do to me? He wheezed. Oh, nothing yet. I'm not done playing with you yet. I've got to see if you're a good fit. Sensei doesn't need losers. No, he needs a good empty base, no quirk. The young man said, a smug smile on his red face. Hisashi was back on his feet when the man got closer, ready with a fist of his own, but the young man was fast and countered all of Hisashi's strikes with a sturdy body. Hisashi grabbed the boy by the wrists after a moment of exchanging blows, but the kid didn't seem fazed. You have what I want, don't you, hero? At home. With that pretty green hair, I can see him. The villain leered. Aizu. Hisashi's grip on the villain's wrists tightened. What are you, a telepath? He hadn't been thinking of Izuku. How far could the villain look into his mind? Or wasn't his quirk super strength? The villain grinned. There was someone there, in his mind again. He could feel it now. It was like when Hall used her quirk on him, a small presence that wasn't there before, but this one wasn't calm and tentative like Hall, it was unstable and painful. There were images, so vivid, popping up into Hisashi's mind, so vivid Hisashi could hardly see or focus. It was the inside of his house? No, the outside, on the street, an open window with a fire escape. Izuku's window. There was a figure walking up to the fire escape. The villain pulled his fists back when Hisashi's grip slackened, nailed him on the side of the head with his fist, and again in the side with unnatural strength. He watched Hisashi stumble backwards. He was toying with him, and Hisashi didn't know why. Hisashi let out a targeted, thin bust of flames in the villain's direction. He dodges, and Hisashi notices that his head is cleared of fog, so the telepathy only works at close range. But the young man is still fast, squirrely, and moves under and around Hisashi's flames, moving dangerously close to him again. Hisashi puts more force behind his bursts of flames, catching the boy on the shoulder. The boy stumbles and rolls under another attack, but is back up again, advancing to him. Hisashi decides to distract the villain, hopefully so he wouldn't disable him with the telepathy again. Who are you? Who do you work for? You're chatty for an underground hero, huh? It doesn't matter who I work for, alright? And I'm not important enough for a name, really. Some used to call me E, but I think I go Wes now. He said. Why don't you have a name? Hisashi asked, and the villain stopped. No one's asked me that. You're trying to distract me, huh? Get me monologuing? You know what? The villain, Wes, frowns and starts approaching again, and Hisashi backs into the wall of the alley, cornered next to a dumpster. Wes wiped blood from his nose. How about I just show you? Hisashi caught a glint of silver in the villain's hand before he was hit with that painful presence and more images. A normal, slow hospital with baby blue walls, but below, a ward that was closed to the public. There were doors after doors, bolted shut, and children in each one, alone on cots, covered in scars and bandages, some adults, banging on windows, or slowly wasting away. Doctors, looming over him, their faces obscured by lights, poking and prodding at him, needles and knives, and pushing his quirk to its limits. Hisashi suddenly feels like he's been punched in the gut, a lingering feeling, shocking his whole body. His vision cleared just for a moment, and the villain was in his face, glaring at him, a hand on Hisashi's shoulder, and the other holding the knife that was now in his abdomen. You know, I've never had a hero PSS me off this much. I was already having a bad day, and here you are, asking me DMN questions. I don't even need you, but my friends and I were so close to getting the boy. Did you know that? Did I show you? He's there right now. He can see him and his cute room with the All Might posters. Wes growled. No, Hisashi gasped out. Had he seen where they lived in my mind? Is he going to take Izuku to one of those hospitals and hurt him? Take me. Don't you get it? We don't need you. Pathetic. Wes pulled out the knife and shoved Hisashi to the ground with the other hand, using his unnatural force. Can't even use your quirk to defend yourself. He kicked Hisashi in the side, then dug his heel into his chest. Hisashi pushed down his mouth guard to breathe better and wheezed. Wes kneeled down and held the bloodied knife under Hisashi's chin. You're such a effing hassle, you know? I would already have a fine place to stay by now, but you're nosy but… Hisashi tried to breathe fire in the villain's face, but couldn't catch his breath. His whole body already felt like it was on fire, and he was already getting dizzy again. I'm Goy, the villain started saying before a jaunty tune filled the alley. The villain, if possible, looked even more irritated. I'm going to have to take this. He kept Hisashi in place with a knee digging into his stab wound. Hisashi groaned and told himself it was at least stopping the blood. Wes pulled out his smartphone and kept the knife under Hisashi's chin with the other hand. I'm a little effing busy, asshat. Hisashi couldn't hear the voice on the other end over the rushing in his head, but he could barely make out Wes rolling his eyes. And, who told you to say that, I bet? Don't deny it, he's basically your mom. Fine. But, I guess. Thank you oh so much. Wes hung up the phone and considered Hisashi for a moment. Guess who's needed back at home? I'll be back for you, hero, and the kid too. Hisashi vision swam in and out. When he opened his eyes, he was alone in the alley again. He patted at his belt, feeling for his phone, to call for backup, someone, to call home, only to find it shattered, probably from one of the villain's kicks. He had to get home. Hisashi rarely took the elevator in the apartment building. It was slow, a little gross, and made concerning sounds, and barely anyone in the building used it, besides an elderly woman who lived a door down from Reed. But today he gripped the handrail and breathed harshly through his teeth and tried not to bleed on the floor or accidentally set anything on fire. When he was at his door, it took him an infuriating amount of time to get the door open. With one hand on the wound below his ribs, he walked briskly around his home, checking around any place an adult may be able to hide. Izuku? Are you okay? He called out, seeing his son's bedroom being empty. Izuku always had the window open just a crack on most days, just to have some fresh air. He shut the window with a snap after looking to see that there was no one on the fire escape or the street below. Dad? Are you done already? Izuku opened the door to the bathroom, obviously just out of the shower, if his damp hair was anything to go by. Izuku knew his father was a creature of habit, and whenever he was home early it meant something different or important happened. Yeah, I'm done for tonight, I just have to check. Has anyone been here? Hisashi asked, already moving from the hall, into the living room to see if he'd remembered to lock the door behind him. No, Quinn and them are all gone out working for tonight, and Yagi-sensei didn't come in this time, why? Izuku followed closely behind him confused. Hisashi stopped, seeing that the door was locked, the windows were locked, he was safe, and took a deep breath, suddenly lightheaded again. His stomach, chest, head, it was all pounding. He tried to steady himself with a hand on the back of the couch, but he could feel his knees giving out under him as the adrenaline left him. Good, that's good. I'm good. I just need, he mumbled. Dad, what? Oh my god, you're bleeding. What dash? Izuku gasped as Hisashi's legs gave out. He grabbed his dad by the arms and lowered him to the ground gently. When'd you get so strong? Dad, what do I do? Do I need to call someone? Call an ambulance. Izuku kneeled next to Hisashi, hands fluttering frantically. Hisashi inhaled sharply. He couldn't go there, the hospitals, the villain, Wes had control of them, he didn't know which ones, but he saw it. No hospital. It's fine, I'm going to be fine, I just need a nurse. You mean Nissan? Yeah, I'll call him. Izuku rushed into his room and came out with his cell phone, already dialing Michael, but only coming up with a voicemail saying he was at work. He must be working in the… What happened, Dad? What do I do? It's okay, just put your hand here and push down. I'll be fine. Hisashi directed Izuku to help stop his bleeding. I'm sorry I'm scaring you, kiddo. I had to make sure you were here. Hisashi leaned his head against the back of the couch. You should have just gone to the hospital. Tears were rolling down his round cheeks. I'm fine, I'm safe in here, Izuku stopped and pulled out his phone again, dialing a speed dial number. The line was picked up after only a few beats. Everything all right, young Midoriya? Yagi asked sharp. It was unusual for Izuku to call him so late after training. No, sensei, can you come back? My dad's hurt, he needs help and I can't. I'll be there in 3, okay? Stay on the line. Yagi said, urgent but reassuring. Okay. Do you know what happened? Yagi asked, and Izuku could hear the rushing of wind through the phone. Ichi was stabbed, I think? Izuku replied, and Hisashi tried to nod, but stopped, feeling dizzy. Yeah? Oh my god. You've got to breathe, my boy. I'm almost there. Is he conscious? Why yeah, but he's kind of out of it. That? Can you still hear me? I can't tell through your mask. Yep, I'm still here. Thank you for coming, Yagi, Hisashi said, and Yagi could barely pick up the sound over the phone. Of course, Midoriya-san. Yagi knocked on the door less than 5 minutes later. Izuku opened the door to him looking particularly windswept and deduced that he'd powered up one for all and jumped all the way over, despite having used up nearly all of his time for heroing earlier that morning. Yagi walked over to where Hisashi was leaning against the back of the couch, and set down the large briefcase he had with him. Hisashi gave him a wry smile. This isn't very dignified, is it? I'm sorry my legs gave out. Don't apologize. It's a good thing I always bring a first aid kit to training. That's what that is? Izuku asked as Yagi opened it to reveal a multitude of medical supplies. Hisashi wondered how often Yagi expected Izuku to get hurt cleaning up the beach. We have one in the bathroom, but it's small. Here, my boy, help me move him here. Yagi and Izuku moved Hisashi so he was lying on his back on the living room floor, his head in his son's lap. Hisashi had hissed through his teeth at the movement, dark smoke rising out of his mouth, as he clutched Izuku's arm tightly. Sorry? No, I'm sorry for moving you, it's just easier to help you like this. Yagi said, gingerly moving Hisashi's shirt up to better treat his wound. He contained a wince at the sight, and Izuku gasped and closed his eyes. I'm so sorry. I don't want to scare you, Hisashi's heart clenched at the sound. Lying like this is making me tired. No, don't fall asleep, all right, Midoriya? Yagi said, cleaning the stab wound, causing Hisashi to groan. I doubt you can anyways. Why don't you talk to distract yourself, HM? Tell us a story. Sorry. Don't cry, baby, I'll be fine. Hisashi said, feeling Izuku's tears fall into his. Izuku nodded shakily. Why don't you tell me about Mom? What was she like when you met? His voice sounded so small right above him, and it was a story Hisashi could tell in his sleep, for all the times he told it to Izuku growing up. Oh, we met in college, through Mitsuki freshman year. I knew Mitsuki from high school, but we were never that close, 'cause we were in different courses, but, he gasped as Yagi worked, and Yagi apologized quietly. I always sat with Mitsuki when we had design classes. And her and Inko became such good friends, and then me by extension, but Mitsuki was never happy about it. Soon it was just her and I all the time. She was my best friend. She organized this gorgeous gala for the art program, and I was her +1. It was so easy when we were together, she was so patient and funny. I've done what I can for the stab wound, I'm afraid, Midoriya-san, until we can get you to a hospital, Yagi started, and Hisashi shook his head suddenly. No, you can't. We can't go, the villain. He stopped, groaning as he made his head pound with the frantic movement. Don't move so much, Izuku pleaded. Your head, you're bleeding. Yagi leaned closer, and gently pried the domino mask off of Hisashi's face. He checked Hisashi's pupils with a tiny light. He then gently turned Hisashi's head to see a cut on the back. I don't like the look on your face, Yagi-san. Hisashi mumbled. Be honest, are you hurt anywhere else? Yagi asked. My ribs, I think. Hisashi admitted sheepishly. Yagi gave him a reassuring smile before checking on Hisashi's ribs. There's not much we can do here without a professional, but I don't think it's too bad. Just needs to be wrapped. Now, tell me what happened, Midoriya-san. Why not go to the hospital? Hisashi's chest felt heavy just thinking of earlier that night. The villain? It was a young man, maybe in his mid-20s, he was crying, saying he'd been kicked out, but when I got closer, I don't know. It's like he saw me as an opportunity. He had strength augmentation, I think, 'cause he sent me flying, but also, when he got close, I would get disoriented, and he'd put these images into my mind. He showed me someone watching the apartment, and he knew about Izuku. I had to come and make sure no one was here, watching. Yagi clenched his teeth as he examined Hisashi's head. He didn't like the sound of a villain with multiple quirks, and if he thought too hard about it now, he'd only distract himself and be putting his friend in more danger. But if it was the work of all for one. It doesn't look cracked, just a cut that's bleeding, probably a concussion also. We could go to the hospital now. No. I said, we can't. Hisashi's breath was coming faster, and Yagi grabbed his hand, rubbing his thumb across it soothingly. Hisashi closed his eyes, hissing through his teeth again. The villain, he said he didn't have a name and he chose to go B.E. or Wes, but he didn't like that I was distracting him about asking him about his name, and told me he'd show me why he didn't have one. He put these memories in my head of this HO's hospital. Or multiple, I think. Underground, with no sunlight, some adults, but mostly sick children locked in rooms, or being put through these experiments. Hisashi stopped when he felt Izuku's hand clutch at his shoulder soothingly. He inhaled and exhaled, breath still smoking. One of the hospitals looked familiar, but it could really be any one of them. But you need to see a professional though. How about we just call Michael, maybe he can come here when he's done with work. Izuku said, wiping his eyes on the back of his hand. Michael, the nurse? Yagi asked. Yeah, he has a healing quirk. Call him again then, Aizu. Hisashi said. They got voicemail again. Well, wait then. I'll wake you up every couple of hours because of your concussion, and we can try again, okay? Yagi said, squeezing Hisashi's hand. Hisashi nodded, chalking it up to his blood loss and head injury that he wasn't letting go, but Yagi made him feel safe even when thinking of those awful places. Can I lie on the couch? I don't think I can make it to my bed, and I want to be by the door, just in case. Hisashi asked. Yagi nodded and gingerly helped Hisashi sit up and lead him to the largest couch, supporting most of his weight. Hisashi noiced with his bleary mind that Yagi was strong and sturdy despite looking like a strong gust of wind could send him flying. Izuku quickly set down one of Hisashi's fluffiest pillows on the couch for him to rest on. Hisashi rested with his head turned to the side. Yagi sat down on the ground next to the couch, and Izuku stood next to them, wringing his blood-covered hands together, before noticing them and rushing into the bathroom. Thank you again for coming. I don't know what would have happened. I know I sound crazy, but what that man showed me. I didn't mean to scare him, I wasn't thinking. Hisashi's eyes were starting to get teary. It was the last thing he wanted, bringing the danger and violence of his job into his home. Yagi shushed him in a quiet voice. You don't sound crazy at all, Midoriya-san. I have seen plenty of strange things in my work. And, well, of course I care about you. Hisashi. His eyes were getting droopy now, and Yagi smiled softly at the sight. I mean, you can call me Hisashi. It's kinda a rule. If you find me bleeding out on my apartment floor and save my life, we're obviously close enough for you to call me by my given name. Hisashi had a small grin on his face. Yagi felt his own face flushing, and hoped it wasn't too obvious. Then you can call me Tashinori. Hisashi drifted off to a fitful sleep after only a few moments, and Yagi leaned his head against the couch, ready to nap between the alarms he'd set to remind him to wake Hisashi. Izuku stood in the bathroom doorway quietly, somewhat amazed neither hero had noticed him. Despite the panic and disaster that was still coursing through him, he felt as though this, now, was perfect what was meant to happen. It was a little embarrassing, really. Izuku thought, how attached he was to All Might already, but it only made sense, seeing as All Might was his idol since forever. But it was also how easily All Might, or rather Yagi-sensei, fit into their lives. It felt natural, coming home from school so many times to find Yagi already there, having tea with Dad and discussing the news, books they've read, and how they would welcome Izuku home together and make dinner together so often. Izuku realized that the few times he could remember Dad having a boyfriend, They had never been around as much as Yagi-sensei. It just made sense for Yagi-sensei, not just All Might, to rush over at just a call. Izuku walked over to the couch and sat beside All Might next to the couch. He sniffed, tired from all the crying, and knowing he probably wasn't done for the night. I didn't know who else to call, so thank you, Izuku said quietly. All Might shook his head. You did good tonight, my boy. But we already know you act well in a crisis, right? Izuku nodded, tears welling in his eyes. He wiped them off hastily. He wasn't going to cry in front of All Might again. You don't have to sit on the floor if you don't want. It must be uncomfortable. All Might shook his head and put one of his long arms around his student's tiny shoulders, pulling him into his side. I know you're scared, just let it out. Izuku cried and cried as quietly as he possibly could into All Might's soft shirt as his mentor rubbed his back soothingly. Dad's gotten hurt on patrol before, he said after around 5 minutes. But he always calls someone for backup, and he never spends more than a night at the hospital. He told me that it's okay to be scared, it's what you do when you're scared that's important, but I've never seen him so frightened of a villain. He's right. Villains with quirks that affect your mind and perception are very disorienting. And of course, he wasn't just scared for himself, he was scared for you. And that just overshadows every other thought. Now, why don't you get some sleep? He doesn't want you worrying over him. All Might speaks softly and soothingly. Izuku shakes his head. I don't know if I can. I'll sleep in the recliner here. All Might chuckles as Izuku lies in the plushy chair sideways with his knees up to his chest and his head on the armrest. He really did look so small and vulnerable, despite him putting on so much muscle mass in the last few months. Yagi woke Hisashi up twice in the next 2 hours, having short conversations with him to check if he was coherent. Hisashi saw Izuku curled up on the chair and smiled fondly, and told Yagi about how many times Izuku would fall asleep on that chair just like that watching superhero cartoons. When it was almost 5 in the morning, Izuku's phone started ringing. Yagi answered it after only a few rings. Hello, is this Nurse Cassidy? Yeah, who's this? Why do you have Izuku's phone? The younger man said, exhaustion obvious in his voice. My name is Tashinori Yagi. I'm a friend of the Midoriyas. Oh yeah, Yagi-sensei. They talk about you all the time. Have you been blowing up my phone? Cassidy said. Yagi flushed slightly. Yes, I'm afraid it's urgent. Midoriya-san was attacked on his patrol tonight and isn't in good shape. I've done what I can, but he needs to see a professional. Dimin. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. Why couldn't he go to a hospital? Cassidy asked, concerned. It's not something that really should be said on the phone. Thanks so much for coming, Cassidy-san. You must be worn out after work. Cassidy sighed. Maybe, but my friends need me. I'm no stranger to being on call at all hours. He didn't sound bitter, but loving. His friends have always led very dangerous lifestyles. Tell me what you can about his condition. I may need to stop and grab some things. Yagi was awake when Michael arrived, unlocking the front door with his own key for situations just like these. Quinn had one also. Hisashi's eyes snapped open the minute the door opened, hero or maybe parental instincts apparently still keeping him a light sleeper. Hello, Cassidy. Hisashi said wearily. Good morning, bro. Just like old times, right? Michael said, walking past Izuku and ruffling his hair. Izuku barely stirred. Michael kneeled next to Hisashi and shook Yagi's hand. Yagi was still lying propped against the couch, head resting next to Hisashi's all night. He was immensely sore, but couldn't bring himself to stray too far. Ah, shut up. Hisashi groaned. Did he ever tell you how we met? Michael asked, and Yagi shook his head. Please don't. It was back when we all lived in Seattle. Michael continued talking, gaze focused on checking over Hisashi's injuries, voice light, and expression professional. Quinn calls me up out of nowhere at 3 in the morning, saying she broke into her neighbor's house cause it sounded like someone fell in there, and that hermit hero neighbor was bleeding out from a gunshot wound, among other things, and covered in trash. Oh no, Yagi grins and covers his mouth to hide it. Oh yeah, he had been tossed into a dumpster by a villain and dragged himself home. Cassidy! Stop talking. Hisashi groaned. Izuku had apparently woken up from his spot on the chair. Michael Neeson, tell Yagi-sensei what he said when you got there. He said through a yawn. I heal him enough so he's conscious again and he just stares at me so out of it and goes. Are you an angel? Michael said, grinning. Yagi gave a burst of laughter, surprising himself so much he ended up doubled over coughing. Michael paused in his assessment to look at Yagi in concern. You alright? Yagi waved him off. Yes, I'm okay. I just need to go home and do my breathing treatment soon. Michael nodded. You shouldn't skip out on that kind of sheet. Michael turned back just in time to see Hisashi look vaguely sad. I'm sorry for keeping you, he started saying quietly. I thought I told you not to apologize, Hisashi. Yagi said, his voice stern and gentle. Hisashi went silent, slightly flushed. Michael raised an eyebrow at their interaction before making brief eye contact with Izuku, who simply smiled mischievously and nodded. Michael turned back to Hisashi. I'm going to wrap your ribs, and then use my quirk on your head just a little bit, and the rest of my energy to heal the stab wound, probably taking 3 months off of recovery time. The rest of your energy? Yagi inquired. Yeah, you know Recovery Girl, right? Her quirk uses the patient's stamina to heal a wound. Mine's kinda like that, but I use my energy to heal wounds. I just got off a long shift, and I used my quirk a bit at the end, but I can do it one more time as long as I go to sleep. Michael explained. Hisashi sighed. Knowing you, you're going to pass out right there when you're done. Be prepared to catch him. Hey, I'm trying to save you a trip to the hospital, don't call me out. Michael pouted. Hisashi was right though, because after Michael placed his softly glowing hands over Hisashi's wound, he started swaying after only a moment. Yagi grabbed the younger man by the elbow and led him over to the last remaining unoccupied seat in the living room where he proceeded to fall into a deep sleep. I feel bad making him come out here, he works so hard. Hisashi said, watching Cassidy sleep fitfully. He had dark circles under his eyes and his short blonde hair was ruffled up. It almost seemed like the scars at his hairline and his jaw were more pronounced than usual. Yet, despite all that, and being only a few years younger than Hisashi, he seemed quite young. It was why Izuku called him brother instead of uncle. I'll have Selton come and pick him up in a while. He seems to really care about you. You have great friends. Yagi said. Hisashi nodded in agreement. Yagi ended up delving into another coughing fit after only a few minutes. I really should get going home but... Go, it's okay. I'm going to be fine thanks to you guys. Hisashi urged him. Yeah, sensei, you need to take care of yourself. Izuku chimed in. When Yagi was at the door, he hesitated again before leaving. I'll be back later today, after I get some work done, alright? Alright, I'll look forward to it. Tashinori. The moment Yagi closed the door, Izuku gave his father a knowing look. What's that look for? Nothing. I'm going to lie down in my room. Izuku said, I'm glad you're okay. All thanks to your quick action. I'm so sorry for scaring you, kiddo. The last thing I ever want is to bring my work home with me this way. I understand, Dad, you were just worried about me. Soon I'll be a hero and you won't have to worry about me. Izuku said confidently. Hisashi chuckled. I'm always going to worry about you, that's not going to change. Izuku shook his head. I guess. Tell me before Michael Neeson leaves. Sure thing, kiddo. When Michael woke up it was 12 in the afternoon and Hisashi had struggled, but managed to pull himself into the kitchen to make them all something to eat. Lay the back down, Midoriya, I swear, he said, stumbling into the kitchen and snatching the bag of bread from Hisashi. I'll finish these. Hisashi threw his hands up in defeat and sat at the dining table heavily. Fine. I thought you'd be sleeping longer. No. I get up when I sense someone needs me, it's part of my quirk. He said, and Hisashi rolled his eyes. Yeah, that's BS, but thank you for coming last night anyways. Anytime, bro. What happened last night anyways? Why didn't you go to a hospital? Hisashi recounted how he encountered the villain Wes, while Michael made healthy sandwiches for the three of them. He said he didn't have a name, and that he called himself Wes, and that he used to be called... Michael froze with his knife hovering over the fresh vegetables Selton had bought for them. He would disorient me with his telepathy quirk when I got close, and his strength was unnatural. I could be wrong, but it was like he had two quirks. Cassidy? Michael's hand was pressed against his head, and his eyes were shut tight when Hisashi looked up. It's fine. Keep talking. I have to know. He showed me these images of this part of multiple hospitals that were closed, but there were children there and these people doing these awful experiments, I guess, and keeping them locked up. Michael slammed his hand on the counter. God damn it. This can't be, he swore in English. Cassidy, do you know something? Michael wasn't registering his words though. We were supposed to be safe here. I can't remember. I have to tell her. He was clutching his head tightly. Michael! Hisashi stood with some effort and reached for Michael's wrist, who pushed his hand away forcefully. I need to find him, this is all my fault. I didn't take him. Michael, you need to sit down, take a deep breath. Please tell me what's going on, what do you know about this about this man? Hisashi said in his most soothing voice that Arya had dubbed his dad voice. He pried the knife from Michael's clenched right hand and led him back to the table and sat in the seat next to him. Hisashi, I did something so bad. I didn't want to tell you, you would think of me as an awful person, a villain. Nothing could make me think that of you. Hisashi said firmly. You save people, you saved me so many times. This man is dangerous, Michael. Do you know him? Yes. He was shaking slightly, something he rarely did. He was usually so good in high-stress situations both from his time in the US military and as a nurse. I don't remember everything, but it's my fault. I named him E. I was supposed to save him from Sensei. As Hisashi watched Michael sit in front of him, overcome with memories, Hisashi realized how little he knew about the man despite having known him for almost 10 years. He knew Michael was born in New York, and that his dad, Jay, was from Ireland, and that Michael had served in the military before being honorably discharged due to a head injury. He knew that Emery Robinson was basically his little sister and that Michael and Selton had been dancing around their feelings for each other for years, and now that they were dating for months, still acted like school kids with crushes at times. In the end it was basically nothing. What do you mean? Who's Sensei? Hisashi pressed. I can't say, when I talk about it, my head. It's not my place. Michael said. He tried to bring his hand back up to his head, but Hisashi grabbed him by the wrist, looking at him urgently. That man out there said he was looking for quirkless children. As long as he's out there, Izuku is in danger, countless kids are in danger. I'm not taking no for an answer. Hisashi said. He watched Michael clench his jaw before nodding on, staring at the table for a moment, hesitating. Just start from the beginning. After I was discharged, I was offered this job in Oregon at what I thought was a nice normal drag testing facility. I think that's what they told me. You know how my memory can be. Michael trailed off and Hisashi nodded. It was something he'd noticed, and Selton had taken him aside and let him know it was due to Michael's head injury. Certain parts of his long-term memory were fuzzy and had occasional headaches that would give him temporary bouts of amnesia. They wanted me to take care of these kids, mostly kids, but some adults while they did these experiments on them. The doctors, they would test their quirks until exhaustion, give them these experimental drags made from other kids' quirks. He took a deep breath and crossed his arms, closing himself off. Anyways, I tried leaving, just started driving cross-country back to New York and my dad, but I was halfway there when I kept getting these messages on my phone. Pictures of my dad's place, his information, even my cousins in Ireland. That's F-Ed, right? He wasn't making eye contact now. So I went back and my dad moved here. The fucker that runs the place went by Sensit. I don't think anyone there knew his real name, and if I did, he made me forget. He made you? Hisashi asked, dread pooling in his chest. Michael nodded. The other nurses told me not to get close to any of the kids there, so I called them all E. For experiment, I think. When I got back, I was taking care of it. E and Sensei stopped to talk to me and he said these things, that he was going to take her quirk, or use her. He looked vaguely nauseous. He found out I was going to try to leave again and he tried to erase any memory of what I'd seen and assumed things would go back to normal. I guess he would have assigned me to work away from the experiments or something, or killed me, I don't know, but it didn't work. Because of my head injury, it interfered with whatever quirk he was using. Michael shook his head and touched the scar at his hairline gingerly. He effed up my memory. I forgot what he looked like, where I was, what I was doing, that I just waited until he left me alone, found Emery and left before anyone found out. I didn't even remember where they kept any of the other kids. He wiped a stray tear from his cheek furiously. Emery? She was one of your kids? Hisashi asked, shock coloring his voice. This sensei, this is the guy she's been tracking down for years? It really made sense, the manic way she got the rare times there was a new lead in her side project. Hisashi marveled again at how similar she was to Quinn. Michael nodded. I didn't want to say anything, but you should know. It's my fault that kid turned out how he did. That's not true, you were in a desperate, dangerous situation. Hisashi said quietly. You know as well as I do we can't save everyone. I know you're right. I knew as long as Emery was still looking for Sensei, I wouldn't be able to leave that place behind me, but I never wanted you involved, and now because of those sick people you're hurt. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry I can't tell you any more about the kid who attacked you. Honestly, I've told you all I remember. Michael said quietly. Hisashi doubted that Michael was being completely truthful about sharing all the details, but didn't want to press any more than he had. Michael looked like he was only barely keeping himself from losing control again. You could ask Emery if she remembers anything about that boy in particular, but I wouldn't expect too much luck. The kids weren't allowed to interact with each other very often. Really, Michael, thank you for telling me all this. I'll be sure to ask her. Michael nodded, taking a deep, steadying breath. You're welcome, I guess. Don't go looking for her yet, though. You have someone coming back to take care of you later today. He gave Hisashi a small grin. Mr. Yagi-sensei, right? He's not exactly what I pictured. What does that mean? Hisashi narrowed his eyes at his friend, both thankful and dismayed at the change of topic. Nothing bad. He's real handsome in some odd way, and super tall. He mimed, thinking dramatically for a moment with his hand on his chin. Come to think of it, he's totally your type. What? I don't have a type. Hisashi protested. No, you do. Blonde, taller than you, older than you, works in law enforcement. Michael frowned again and looked at Hisashi disdainfully. Just like my dad. Michael, that ship has sailed, it's in the past, please let me move on. Hisashi groaned. Michael huffed. The only good outcome I could think of if that had worked out for you two is that Aizu and I would actually be brothers. He chuckled. Hisashi actually chuckled at that, thankful more than ever for Michael's wonderful ability to be uplifting even in hard times. I guess you're right, not that he doesn't already call you his brother. You're 6 years younger than me. Sure, let's go with that. He laughed. I may consider forgiving you if you actually do what Yagi and I tell you and stay home and rest as long as you're supposed to. Fine. But only because Yagi is going to be looking after you, and because you want to be at your best so you can go train with Izuku and him again? Michael said knowingly, before looking at his friend, curiosity in his tired eyes. You really like this guy, I can tell. It's actually kind of obvious now. I mean, Hisashi glanced towards Izuku's room, making sure he wasn't there listening. Yeah, I do. Michael laughed quietly. He seems nice and all, but he works with All Might, right? I didn't think that was really your speed. I mean that he has his own Wikipedia page. What do you mean? All Might is totally my speed, if you recall, Hisashi said dryly. No, not that you went on a date with him. I mean, Yagi is always going to be in the thick of things, in the spotlight. Is that what you want? Are you gonna risk it? Hisashi looked thoughtful for a moment. I mean, it's one relationship. Michael, what could it cost? The mortifying ordeal of being known. He asked, smiling slightly. Michael burst into laughter so loud Izuku poked his head from his bedroom curiously. What's so funny? It's nothing. Your dad just made an old inside joke is all. Something Selton and I say to make fun of him for being a shut-in. Michael spoke over him, and Hisashi looked at him reproachfully. You're more of a shut-in than me, and I don't even have friends my own age. Izuku mumbled, and Hisashi turned his frown towards his son. Before Hisashi could open his mouth, Michael stood and ruffled Izuku's hair. At least you're almost done with middle school, right? I promise you'll make friends your own age in high school, he said, handing Izuku the food he'd made earlier. Thanks, Nisan. Izuku pulls his phone from his pocket and checks his notifications before looking up with a very pleased look in his face. Yagi-sensei texted to check in on how you're doing. Oh, did he? Tell him I'm doing a lot better, will you? Okay, you know he asks about you a lot? Izuku said just as Hisashi was taking a sip of his coffee Michael had so helpfully made for him, causing him to choke on it in surprise, turning so bright red his sparkling freckles seemed to stand out even more. Ah, really? Oh dude, you've got it bad. Michael laughed. Shush, no I don't know what you're talking about. Hisashi protested. Yeah, whenever you're not at training he asks how you're doing, and always talks about how smart you are and can help with my training. Izuku continued, grinning. Dad, it's okay if you do like him, I don't mind. I think he's really cool. We're not talking about this right now. There was a polite knock on the door, and the occupants of the kitchen stared at the door wearily until Selton's voice came from the other side. Hisashi? Izuku? Is everything okay? I saw Michael's car outside and I thought, something may have happened. Michael walked briskly to open the door and let him in, Arya following closely behind. Bro, you're so perceptive. Hi, Arya. Hi, Michael. Hi, Hisashi and Izuku. I made food this time, Arya declared in her very soft, quiet voice, holding out a large Tupperware that Hisashi couldn't see the contents of, but knew it would be amazing if it came from Quinn, Selton and Arya's kitchen. Thank you, we just ate, but you can put it in the kitchen. As Arya moved to do just that, Selton took in the state of the room. It smells like blood in here, he said quietly, eyes roaming over the spot behind the coach where Hisashi had lied the night before. Hisashi realized Yagi must have cleaned it up at some point last night while Hisashi slept. Hisashi hadn't wanted his friends to know and worry about him quite yet, but there was no fooling Selton's sharp senses, thanks to his wolf quirk. Yeah, I was attacked on patrol last night. Some kid with telepathy disoriented me, so keep your eye out. Hisashi explained. Arya gasped and brought her hands to her mouth and Selton frowned. Cassidy patched me up though, see? Selton turned to Michael now. And you seem tired. How long did you sleep, babe? Michael shifted under his partner's gaze. Like, 4 hours maybe? I'll sleep more before work tonight though. I'm getting one of my headaches anyways. Because of that man? Selton asked quietly. Michael nodded and rubbed his forehead tiredly. Selton put his arm around Michael's shoulder comfortingly. Come on then, you can sleep in my room and go home when you're safe to drive. Michael leaned into Selton's touch and nodded. Thank you again, Cassidy. Hisashi said. I've got to clean up and get some things done. No you don't. You should rest. Arya protested, her round face both concerned and disapproving. I'll just tell Hall what happened. Everything else can wait until after I've showered. He chuckled. Hall was understanding of course. She insisted he email his report instead of going anywhere and aggravating his injuries, and Hisashi wasn't complaining. He spent the day cozy in bed doing paperwork on a lap desk, even finding the time to keep in contact with those who worked under him at Hall's Hero Support. He was so tempted to call up Emery and ask what she knew about Wes, but knew that wouldn't go over well as it was most definitely a difficult subject for her. He needed time also, anyways, to calm his mind and his nerves. Yagi, Tashinori returned later that evening. Izuku had opened the door with a relieved smile at seeing his sensei and directed him to Hisashi's room. Tashinori knocked, and at Hisashi's invitation, poked his head through the door shyly. I don't want to impose. No. Come in, Tashinori. Sorry, I don't have a chair, you can sit here on the bed. Hisashi said pleasantly. Getting some work done from home? Tashinori asked, eyeing all the papers and laptop next to him on the bed. Oh, yeah, but not too much. I actually slept most of the day. Izuku woke me up for food and to check on me a couple hours ago. Hisashi explained, maybe fibbing a bit. He didn't actually sleep for very long, too wired and with too much on his mind. What about you? Oh, just paperwork, event organizing, and assisting All Might with an investigation. He looked tired, but that wasn't unusual. Oh, it's nothing too exciting and I don't want to add even more to your plate. Tashinori said. If you say so. You really don't have to do this. Hisashi said. Do what? You didn't have to come back, I know you're very busy, Anne. I've told you this, Hisashi, I'm here because I want to be, because I care about you. He said so earnestly, a large hand on Hisashi's shoulder, leaning forward slightly. Hisashi noticed his eyes were so bright blue they almost glowed, and he had that weird feeling like there was something he was missing. Care about you too. Tashinori leaned back quickly and straightened up, cheeks turning red. Anyways, I was going to ask your permission to take your boy out to do some training. Nothing too strenuous yet, but it would probably do him some good to have some normalcy right now. Normalcy? You're right. He was hit with another wave of guilt for scaring his son. No one needed to see their own father bleeding out on the floor. I know that look. Tashinori said. What look? You're blaming yourself for scaring Izuku-kun. You shouldn't. He said firmly. But, Tashinori, I feel awful, Hisashi admitted. With everything that happened, what he'd learned today, he felt vulnerable. I know it seems like we're so close, but I always get the feeling he's hiding his feelings because, I don't know, he doesn't trust me or he's scared. Thomas. I know sometimes he still has nightmares about the accident that took his mom. By the time I go to his room to check on him, he's pretending to be asleep again. Hisashi, I know he doesn't distrust you. Tashinori kept his voice low. Deep and gentle. He simply doesn't want to worry you. And don't feel bad about coming home last night. Don't blame yourself for looking after the safety of your family first. Hisashi inhaled and tried to take Tashinori's words to heart. But he remembered looking up at Izuku's tearful face as his son begged him to get help, and felt like some had a fist around his lungs. Always know what to say, don't you? Oh, I don't know about that. He chuckled. No, you do. Can you stay just a little while longer? Hisashi asked quietly. He didn't have the energy at this point to feel embarrassed. Tashinori gave that radiant smile of his. Of course. Here's a Michael artwork I did a while back. This is based on a super specific meme I found at LMAO, and it's one of my fave artworks I made for this highly self-indulgent FIC, and if you know the meme let me know cause I can't find the original Arin. 3 days pass and it's early evening in the Midoriya apartment. As such, Tashinori was visiting. He had done his hero work for the day during the afternoon, and brought his laptop and paperwork with him to the Midoriyas. The two men didn't have any real plans, which was usual. They sat together in the living room, papers spread out around both of them as they exchanged pleasant conversation and occasionally helped each other with puzzling paperwork or complex case questions. When Quinn knocked on the door, Hisashi and Tashinori shared a knowing look. Quinn smiled at Tashinori as she walked in, but she had that uncomfortable look on her face that said she wasn't used to being shorter than anyone. How are you doing? She asked Hisashi, who shrugged from his spot on the couch. Cassidy said I could probably go back to the office tomorrow, but not on patrol for about a week. He's a miracle worker. Quinn chuckled, hands on the hips of her dark skin-tight hero costume. You mean an angel? Hisashi huffed. Yeah, sure. I know why you're here. Yeah, to check up on my brave hero friend who was hurt on the Joe. I checked out the whole list of addresses you gave me. These are the ones that have what you're looking for, Hisashi interrupted, passing her a small packet of paper with a list of addresses and scribbled notes written in red pen on it. That's not a lot, she said, scanning the list. What can I say, your man is slippery. Tashinori watched on curiously. Are you searching for someone? Yeah, basically, Quinn said, looking between Tashinori and Hisashi, deliberating. Tashinori was almost always at the Midoriya's house these days. He hadn't stayed the night since Hisashi's attack, but Quinn figured it was only a matter of time before Hisashi announced they were moving in together. She sat down next to Hisashi and looked at Tashinori, her jaw set and shoulders tense. I've been taking down Z traffic for a long time, because I was her face distorted, uncomfortable, victim of one. But recently I found out that quite a lot of them are connected, and presumably being organized by one big scary motherfucker. Tashinori inhaled, slightly blown away by Quinn's sudden show of trust. He doesn't answer right away, considering the implications of her discovery. That's a concerning thought, that one man has that much underground influence. And only to line his pockets. You're right, but I don't think he's just lining his pockets. I think all these cells are funding something bigger, like a bigger project. No one I've taken in knows much, but they've said that their employers imply that making a profit is an urgent matter. And they have special quirk-canceling collars and cuffs that can't even be bought on the black market. I think I need to figure out where they come from. That should tell me, something. Quinn rubbed her scarred wrists absently as she spoke. Hisashi placed a soothing, calloused hand on her wrist. Do you want me to take a look at them? Quinn nodded as Tashinori looked from Quinn's casework to his own. Reed-san, you said one person was running these operations from the shadows through fear and intimidation. May I offer my assistance? I think this man may be connected to a case of the agencies. Quinn shook her head. I'm trying to be as low-key about this as possible. If anyone knew the All Might Agency was on this, they could go even deeper underground, disappearing completely. That's why I only have a handful of people on it now, underground heroes and vigilante contacts like Catastrophic. Catastrophic? Hisashi cut in. As in Emery's Catastrophic, who she's been trying to catch for months. Quinn brushed her hair out of her face guiltily. Did I say Catastrophic? Crawler, I meant the Crawler. Reed-san, if it makes you more comfortable, I can do all of my investigating here with you and Hisashi. I promise, no one at the agency will know that I'm helping you. I simply would like to combine our resources, Tashinori said calmly, but Hisashi could see the determination in his eyes. Quinn gave him that searching look again. Alright, just as long as you're careful. Her face brightened as an idea struck. Hey, can I come train with you and Izuku sometime? Selton's a great sparring partner and all, but we need variety. Tashinori glanced at Hisashi for confirmation before nodding. I'm sure he'd be overjoyed to train with you. While Hisashi and Quinn took it easy and went over their own respective work that evening, Tashinori and Izuku did their beachside training. Izuku had been quiet and pensive. Tashinori knew Izuku was still shaken from Hisashi's attack. When Tashinori had asked how he was feeling, Izuku had assured him he was dealing well. He'd already been attending counseling with a counselor from his father's agency and had brought the subject of Hisashi's attack up with it. Counselor, it's hard. I'm probably going to be kind of clingy for a while, but I'm already feeling better. I mean, he's got Quinne looking after him. Izuku had admitted to Tashinori quietly between trips to and from the pickup, hauling huge piles of garbage. All Might? About my dad. Well, I was diagnosed as quirkless by a doctor. How am I supposed to explain having one out of the blue? Especially one like One for All? Tashinori already had an idea in mind, but it wasn't well thought out yet. Well, what idea did you have, young Midoriya? I know you had one. Izuku nodded. He'd had it all planned out in his head for about a week. Since both my mom's quirks are emitter types, hers being focused on manipulation, his on emission, it's not too much of a stretch to think that I developed one where I emit energy and manipulate it to strengthen my body. It is unlikely that anyone develops a quirk at my age, but if I use the excuse that the sheer power of it was building up over my lifetime. I think you're all set for an explanation, young Midoriya. I see no reason why he wouldn't believe you. Yeah? Izuku fidgeted. Or, we could tell him the truth. Keeping secrets felt harder and harder every day. The thought that Dad and Quinn's job was so dangerous, and he could lose them was something he knew since he was small, but sometimes it hits harder than others. Tashinori felt a rush of guilt. If he hadn't gotten so close to Hisashi, it would be so much easier not to tell him. My boy, only 4 other people in the world besides us know the secret of One for All. But I'm not saying he can't be trusted. That's not it at all. This secret is a dangerous one to keep. If the wrong people found out that he knew, there could be more danger than I can express. It's not something I wish to bring on your family more than I already have. Tashinori said. Izuku didn't understand completely. If anyone could handle dangerous secrets, it was Dad. But then he thought of how sad Dad seemed when he was working on Quinn's case. Maybe Izuku was feeling a little protective. Yes. You really care about him, don't you, sensei? Izuku braced himself to be told off for such a ridiculous question, but Toshinori just smiled. Yes, I do, my boy. Now get back to cleaning, we're losing daylight. Oh, yes, sir. Izuku rushed off to continue his task with the beginnings of a plan forming in his mind. If he was somehow to get All Might and his dad on another date, he realized he would have to pull many of the strings himself. The problem was Izuku may have jumped the gun a bit. When he'd returned from training that evening, he'd asked if they could invite Yagi-sensei over for a nice dinner as a thank you for all the free personal training. I don't see why not. Maybe next weekend? Hisashi had said from his desk. We'll have to go get some good food tomorrow. No, I'll take care of it. All right, if you're sure, be careful going to that grocery store. The one by those apartments have better fresh ingredients, but there was a villain spotted there the other day. Hisashi cautioned. I'll be super careful. Enlisting Quinn's and Selton's help was another matter though. I'm sorry, kiddo, but I'll be busy that day, she sighed. Get this. Emery asked me to do a stakeout with her. She seemed far too excited about this, given that she usually complained about how dull stakeouts were. But Detective Robinson had that effect on her. I wish I could help you. I'd suggest asking Selton and Arya, but they're going to be out of town that day. Izuku tried not to be too disappointed though. Maybe Robinson would finally ask Quinn out on a date at this stakeout. Maybe the stakeout was the date, which was definitely Robinson's style. Is that what girls like to do for fun? Not usually, but it'll be fun. I'm sure of it, Quinn said, voice confident. Izuku could only think of one other person who could possibly help him, and he knew asking him would be like pulling teeth. Izuku decided he had to have a plan in place. He'd have all the details ready. He could not stutter. He'd speak loud and clear so he would be heard. He'd approach Kaken during lunch when he was in his best mood. Kaken sat a little ways away from his friends, poring over homework that likely wasn't due for another week. He seemed content even though his friends were being pretty obnoxious, and sighed, eyeing Izuku as he walked closer. Hey, Kaken, can I tea? What the do you want, Deku? Kaken growled. Izuku flinched and steeled his nerves, sitting across from him at the lunch table. Hey, dipshit, did I say you could sit there? Kaken, I need your help with something. Kaken squinted at him. First of all, you're asking me for help. Yeah, I'm asking you. I did say I need your help. I haven't even said what I need help with yet, Izuku huffed. Well, I don't need to hear it off. It's not for me, it's for my dad. A look of concern briefly flashed across Kaken's face and Izuku latched onto it. You see, he's going back to work in the office soon, and it's been hard on him, and I wanted to do something nice for him and… Kaken cut him off. I still don't see why I need to be a part of this. Well, I was getting to that. He has this friend, and I think they really like each other. You know, he hasn't dated anyone in a while. I was going to make dinner for them. Kaken grunted. Good for him. Count me out though. The thing is, Izuku plowed on. Yagi-sensei has some dietary restrictions and I want to make something nice, and you're the only one who can help. Izuku held up his list of ideas of meals to make and the restrictions. Kaken snatched the page from Izuku's hand and scanned it over critically. Deku, this is sheet. He pulled out a red pen and scratched out whole recipes. You can't replace ingredients in this and have it taste nearly good enough to serve on a date. You're iffy hopeless. Well, that's why I'm here. You're one of the best cooks I know, and Dad loves your cooking. Don't mumble. I wasn't. And don't flatter me either. I'll do it for Uncle Hisashi, all right? You attempting any of this will just scare this guy away. I'm coming over and prepping too, Kaken grumbled, flipping the page over and writing down recipe ideas on the back. Really? Thank you so much. Don't thank me, dumbass. I said this isn't for you. I just forgot to get him a get-well gift like my mom said to, that's it. He insisted. Yeah, Kaken, thanks. Meet me at 4 on Friday. I gotta go to JSL lessons now, thanks again. Izuku quickly grabbed his bag and backed out of the cafeteria. Hey dipshit. Since when do you take sign language? I'm not done yet, Deku. Kaken shouted, drawing the eyes of the rest of the cafeteria, not that he cared. Izuku bolted from the room with Kaken hot on his heels, adrenaline coursing through his veins, and a sense of accomplishment that made him grin. A large hand gripped him by the head. Sorry, soldier. I know you want to leave, you're so determined, aren't you? Look up. God, it hurts, look up. He's right there. Maybe if you forget what you've seen here. HM? Don't worry that pretty little head if yours. Sensei says lowly. Squeezing. Right, he's right there, his face. Look up, Michael. Wake up. Michael shot straight up in bed, clutching at his head. A warm, kind, gentle hand rubbed circles into his back, already soaked in sweat. I'm sorry. Sorry, Michael said, breathing deeply. It's just a nightmare, and headache again. Selton sat up and gently pried Michael's hands away from his head. Don't apologize. Is it about your time in the service? Do you want to talk about it? Michael nodded jerkily. Yes, it is, sort of. I don't know if I can. It hurts more when I do. Because of what he did. Who? Selton asked softly. That's what they called him. He made me do these awful things. He covers his face in his hands. You don't have to say. No, I have to tell someone. Emery doesn't talk about it, it's not healthy. He had me take care of the kids who he was changing. Prep them for more experiments. I tried to leave but he tracked me down, threatened to go after my dad, and I stopped for a while. But then I found out that Emery was next. They were going to make her like one of those things that attacked Hosu. Selton essayed in a breath but Michael couldn't stop. Sensei knew I was going to try to leave again, so he tried to use this quirk to detect my memories. About what I saw. But because of my head injury from the army, I don't know. It didn't work. I remember what they did to her, to the kids, but I don't remember. Keep missing things. I don't remember his name, what he looks like, where I was, what the other kids, other nurses even looked like. I took him and I just left them all there. I still forget things, sometimes. Selton suddenly leaned forward and looked into his eyes urgently. Michael, look at me. Did you say he was called Sensei? Most of the workers in research facility were going home for the day. There were always workers, 24/7, but a majority did all of their work at night to avoid suspicion. Not that anyone would see them coming and going. The facility really was in the middle of nowhere, Central Oregon, miles off of the road in a private forested area. It really is appealing out there. Very green, and sometimes you can't see the sky because the leaves are so thick. Michael told one of the patients, no, experiments. Be honest with yourself, Cassidy. I can't see the sky now. He said simply. I can't be missing that much. Michael always felt sick to his stomach every time he sat and spoke to the kids. But he wouldn't stop, especially now. The trees are so tall you'd think they were part of the sky. Did the tutor tell you about redwoods? Michael always found it odd that the boss put so much effort into giving certain kids a basic education because to Michael's knowledge he wasn't planning on ever releasing any of them. No. He told me about squirrels though, that they live out there. He wants me to try to turn into one next. She was lying on her side on her cot in her cell of a room. Michael knew earlier that day, the doctors had tested how quickly she could move between animal forms and it had taken a lot out of her. He said I needed to show MSTR all of the forms I can take when he returns. Michael was big enough to admit to himself that he should have ducked right out of the job when he heard that the boss was almost exclusively referred to as Emmer. That sheet was creepy as hell. The only solace he and the experiments had was the thought that Emmer was usually not around, apparently overseeing his other strongholds and projects. None of the news from other areas ever reached him though. Well, I think you'll do well, judging from what I saw today. Michael reassured her. He hated that he sounded like it was something to look forward to. He hated that it was so vital for this small 15-year-old to push her quirk to its limits as to not face punishment from a man who was evidently a dangerous criminal who didn't give two Fs about her well-being. Didn't even give her a name or a number. Michael called all of the experiments E for simplicity's sake. He'd probably get in trouble for naming things he's not supposed to get attached to. Not all of the experiments survived after all. He gasped suddenly, sitting up and staring at the door. Someone's coming. Michael couldn't hear the footsteps until they were just outside the door, and they were heavy, and he knew them by heart after months of working in this hell. The door opened, deceptively gently. E curled in on herself, hair turning gray to match the wall, whereas Michael stood at attention, and Anna grinned at the two of them. Ah, so the shapeshifter has already been attended to. You'll have to forgive my appearance, Nurse Cassidy, I just came from one of our overseas locations, said, gesturing to his windswept blue-gray hair. I was just giving her a new force, sir. I see. Anna held out his hand to E, and she put her shaking hand out obediently. He turned her arm over, examining the various needle marks on her inner elbows that probably won't ever heal completely. How about next time don't use your quirk to heal any open wounds? I would like to see if her quirk can change her cells enough to heal a wound permanently. Michael clenched his jaw. Yes, sir. From the corner of his eye he saw E shaking. Can we continue this outside? Dr. Montgomery said she needed to be rested in order to show you her progress tomorrow. Anna raised an eyebrow at him, smirked slightly, and gestured to the door, making him feel very small. Michael gave a quick reassuring smile and walked out the door, that are following closely behind. When the door shut, MCR looked through the glass window on it. He had curled into a ball on her side. I don't think I've had a specimen with such a versatile quirk before. I almost want to take it for myself. Michael's heart dropped. When the kids' quirks were taken, they usually didn't survive for long after, or just disappeared altogether. Michael hadn't known it was MCR who was taking and sometimes giving the quirks for the experiments. I haven't either, sir. Just think, creating a soldier who could transform into any deadly animal on a whim. Or an operative who can mimic the enemy exactly. His dark eyes had that look in them that put Michael on edge, intense. He turns to Michael and looks him up and down shamelessly. You were in the army here, weren't you, Nurse Cassidy? Here he'd said. Michael was starting to have suspicions that the boss wasn't from around here. Yes, sir. Well, you're not there now, you can drop the sir if you'd like. Employees at other locations call me sensei. What did you do in your service, Cassidy? Not even his drill sergeant had made Michael want to crawl into a hole this much. I was an infantryman, then a field medic, see sensei. Interesting. Do you think a quirk like that would have been of use to the army? Use of offensive quirks in combat is highly regulated, sensei. Maybe after a lot of vetting. He actually did have someone in his unit with a similar ability to ease, but he could change the age he appeared as. Not that he was going to tell Sensei anything about him. Perhaps she would be of more use to me in the money-making part of our operation. Sensei had stepped closer to him again, but was looking at E through the glass. I'm sure our clientele would love that quirk of hers. Perhaps even without it should I decide to take it. She's terribly scarred without it though. Sensei looked at him again, eyes rolling over his face. Michael resisted the urge to turn his own head and hide the scars on his jaw and hairline. Tell me, Nurse Cassidy, would you take a girl like this specimen, scars and all? Sensei had cornered him against the wall and out his huge hand and cupped Michael's unscarred cheek. Michael shivered. I'm not into, he felt like, saying women, but that wasn't quite true, and didn't want that to bite him in the butt later. I'm not into children. Sensei actually smiled. You're a better person than most of our clients. I'm sure you wouldn't mind scars anyways, would you? The hand moved to grip his chin, tilting his head up. After all, wouldn't that be hypocritical? How'd you get these, Nurse Cassidy? Shrapnel from an explosion head injury. I was honorably discharged. Michael ground out, staring into Sensei's dark eyes defiantly. He'd hold his ground here, he had to. Surprising, really. Considering, well, you're a bit of a flight risk, aren't you? So sentimental. You just want to save people, don't you? You think you can be a hero? Michael didn't know what Sensei wanted to hear. No, sir. You have another chance to prove yourself to me. Don't waste it. Sensei finally let him go, and Michael stood, staring ahead as Sensei walked down the hall, out of sight. When he finally disappeared, Michael slid down the wall and sat on the floor, breathing heavily. I can't do this. He cut himself off, hands over his mouth. Nobody could hear him. I can't do this. I have to get. There was a small knock on the other side of the wall in E's room. Nurse Mike? Are you there? Did them sir hurt you? Her small voice came from the crack between the wall and the door, quietly. She could probably hear him where he was. No, E. He whispered back. He hated everything Sensei had told him. No matter what he did, Sensei was going to hurt the kids, take E's quirk, possibly making him unstoppable, make her into a Nomu, some mindless, skull-less monster that? What? Michael didn't even know what Sensei used the Nomu for, and he didn't want to. And what was her other option? Be used for what sounds like Sensei's SEC trafficking empire? Michael felt like throwing up again. Is this what awaited all the kids? E, what did you hear? Michael asked in between trying to steady his breathing. Not much. I'm gonna get you out of here, okay? Oh God. You hang on, alright? I'm going to get you out of here, I promise. https://u.be/FLGGI6JZD. Okay, nurse. He didn't sound too sure. A doctor had told her that before, and then disappeared. That morning, Michael drove from the facility as far as he could until he could be absolutely sure he couldn't be heard. He rested his head against the steering wheel for a moment before taking out his phone. Hello? Dad? It's me. Are you going into work now? How is it over there? Mike asked. His dad was a small-town investigative journalist, but when Michael had tried to run from Sensei's job before, he'd received clear messages that his father wasn't safe as long as Michael could spill all of Sensei's secrets. When Michael went back to work, Jay Cassidy had packed up and moved his life all the way to Japan, moving up the ranks in local law enforcement there. I mean, it's fine here. People make fun of my accent, but I'm learning the language all right. You all right, son? Is your boss giving you trouble? No. Not more than usual, it's just. I don't know how much longer I can do this here. All these kids are going to die, Dad. I want to go home, be back to New York. I know, son. I'm sorry you got involved in this shithole. You'd like it here, much cleaner than back home. I don't know. I don't know how safe it is there, now. The boss. He said people call him Sensei at his other locations, and I figured, what if he finds you there? He won't, boy, I'm okay. I changed everything, my name on paper, my quirk registration, my job, dyed my hair, grew a beard, lad, I even wear contacts. Nobody is gonna be sniffing my butt out here. I bet you look like an idiot. Oi, watch your tone, boy. They're gonna make me a sergeant soon, I bet. Congrats, Dad. I think I'm gonna go visit soon. Might bring some friends. Good for you. Be safe about it. I'll try.